Of these, 23 have tested negative for the disease, while 6 cases are pending confirmation from the reference laboratory. Principal Secretary Mary Muthoni, who gave an update on mpox in the country, confirmed receiving samples from a suspected case at Vineyard Hospital in Kiambu County. The patient is under isolation and management within the county, pending the outcome of the results. Meanwhile, the Council of Governors has called on devolved units to remain vigilant as the world battles mpox. The Council Health Committee Chairperson and Tharaka Nithi Governor Muthomi Njuki urged members of the public to exercise caution. Njuki says that county governments are working closely with the national government to contain the disease. Kenya has so far confirmed 1 mpox case in Taita Taveta County. The patient has since recovered and was discharged from hospital. The government is in the final stages of reintroducing the eco-levy tax on manufacturers and importers with the aim of tackling environment pollution. After showing all the signs of restoring some of the elements that saw the Finance Bill 2024 rejected by Kenyans, the government is now in the final stages of developing alternative ways to get taxes through the Tax Reforms Bill, which has 47 elements and which will be resubmitted to Parliament. In an interview on Citizen TV, CS John Mbadi has indicated that the complex eco-levy tax is one of the elements that will be returned to Parliament, while making it clear that tax on soft drinks will be removed.
There are about 49. Some don't even have financial implication. Some just aligning the laws. Eco-levy, we will target those areas that would not affect the common mwananchi. Those sensitive areas, like what was widely talked about, sanitary pads, etc., those ones we can't make a mistake because Kenyans have spoken. This country is not a dumping place. So we are saying if you are injurious to the environment, then you must pay for helping make good what you have, the harm that you have caused.
In addition, the government wants to increase its revenue by extending the time for Kenyans to file their returns by 6 months. According to Mbadi, despite these strategies, the government will also remove taxes on basic goods like bread.
You find that there are goods which are very essential commodities, basic, that we need, that Kenyans use every day. So we must protect the consumers. So we decided to put a lot of these goods under zero-rated commodities. If we do reform KRA the way we want, the way I am thinking about KRA, we can get no less than 400 billion more. In fact, some people project even 600 billion.
Meanwhile, some Azimio leaders have criticized the plans for the submission of the tax regulations bill in Parliament, which will affect the restoration of some elements of the 2024 Finance Bill. Led by DAPK party leader Eugene Wamalwa, the leaders have raised concerns that the plans will oppress Kenyans, as the government now has enough MPs to pass it without objection due to its collaboration with the ODM party.
He has made it clear the new taxes are coming back. So fellow Kenyans, we must not let our guard down. We are not going to let our guard down. And we're asking the Gen Zs not to give up. We know that they are very, very disillusioned by what has happened, but it is no longer a Gen Z matter. In fact, we want to encourage the Gen Z to have a new approach, that we are now a Gen Zote approach, an all hands on deck approach, so that all Kenyans come together to stop the taxes that are coming. Because with the numbers that have been gained now by the broad-based Nusumukate government, these taxes will go through Parliament because Parliament has been state captured.
This is Newswire. Dennis Asada. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Nairobi Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Baridi ni degree ngapi hapo?
Hata sijui, lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy.
You remember the case of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys wenye walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
On this fine Monday morning, what does it look like on the streets? Traffic is coming into the city hot and actually not stalled in any way, shape or form, at least not for now. Let's see what happens as you come in through the Thika Superhighway. Just a little bit of that as you get through the Pangani Tunnel and then out towards Wangari Maathai or the city on Murang'a Road. Apart from that, folks are still waking up this Monday morning. A little bit of traffic also on Waiyaki Way as you come through towards Westlands into the city. And it looks like it's going to be a busy one on Uhuru Highway as we come in from the Nyeri roundabout on Langata Road. A little bit of traffic also coming in from Lusaka Road, all joining on Uhuru Highway into the CBD. As you come off Mombasa Road, not much happening there. The Cabanas interchange and traffic coming in from North Airport Road is not doing too much damage, at least not for now. We'll keep an eye on things and see how Monday morning turns out. Help us out to keep things moving this morning. We'll talk SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It is Monday. How are you doing? Monday, the 19th of August. Just like that. And the month will be gone.
Come on,
just like that. Come on, Muche.
Zozo.
Kufumba na kufumbua. You know what that is?
Fumba, what's fumba?
Kufumba and kufumbua.
I don't. What is that?
The blink of an eye.
Oh, Fumba is blink. So what's Fumbua?
To unblink.
That's actually pretty funny.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Blinking is not just one thing. You blink and then you unblink.
Oh, that's funny. I don't know why. Okay. I've never thought about unblinking.
How are you? How was your weekend?
It was all right. But now I have eye floaters in my right eye. Do you know what those are?
Absolutely no.
So you know how sometimes you have a dot in your vision and it just keeps, especially in bright light. So now I've got the ones that have like strings. Yeah. Just back and forth, and it's really irritating me. No.
But you reckon in do surely. When you're visited by extraterrestrial beings, you just look at them.
Ningerudi now.
No, just look at them. They'll disappear.
Welcome them.
Just look.
It's just strange. So
yes,
it's
they go down, then they go up, and they go sideways. They'll disappear. Give it just like they appeared. They'll disappear.
They will, Cindy. You've said.
Look, I've had them, so I know. They'll disappear. In fact, you will be surprised. You'll wonder, where did that thing go?
So I don't need to like go see the doctor and start making noise and say, oh, something is in my eye.
It's not in your eye.
Where is it?
It's somewhere within your eye.
It's just irritating. It's like there's a cobweb.
Yes, but it's not irritating in that you're not feeling any stress.
No, I'm not feeling any stress.
Yes.
It's just there. And
You're just seeing
it.
it.
Go away. Yeah.
It'll go.
Okay. CT has said it will go. So apart from that,
visions.
Okay.
I have one. City, how are you?
I'm not well, Bwana. No.
What's up?
I've lost 2 very close friends and work colleagues in a very short span of time. Yes.
In how long?
The other week, we lost a lady called Rachel Mwakisha. We had worked with her for well over 20 years. Another lady called Professor Kawango got. She was returning from Lusaka, I think it was on Saturday, on Sunday. Then she collapsed and died.
What?
Yes, she was there on arrival when they took her to hospital. Yes.
Oh no.
When they took her to hospital, she had passed away.
Lord of mercy.
Yes.
Oh no.
You know, it feels like the end of an era. You know, people you worked with for a very, very, very long time. And then they're there, then one moment,
they're not.
They're gone.
May
Yes.
they rest in peace.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Poleni sana. Poleni. Yeah, that's a heavy one.
How are you, my dearest?
Me, I am fine. Yes. Yes.
You had a birthday over the weekend. Don't think that we're not going to say it. We're going to say it anyway. So I hope you had a wonderful day.
I did.
You feel a bit better now that you are slightly older?
I don't actually. I don't.
No difference.
Is there a difference?
You don't look any different.
I will feel different maybe after a couple of months.
No, you'll feel different after a couple of years.
Some years.
Not now. Now you're just the same.
Yes, the same.
But as we were wanting to feel different, you know how you feel different when cake arrives.
This is it.
Yes, that's the difference.
This is it.
Yes, so we're okay. We know it's on the way. So, so we just want to thank you in advance.
Cake is coming.
Yes.
Cake.
I popped something on your behalf, just
Yeah,
I did. It was quite great.
All right.
Me, I did even better. Me, I anticipated on your behalf.
It was a good one. Yeah, I spent it with Mama Eric.
How is she?
Ako sawa. I was so.
That's good.
I was so abesa. So let me tell you what we shall be discussing today. The Senate will be beginning impeachment proceedings to confirm impeachment against Kawira Mwangaza for the 3rd time. Yeah?
You think she's got the hint by now?
What hint?
It's not even a hint.
These people who went out, the other ones who elected her.
What hint?
That they don't want her.
Well, yeah, it's them.
It's them that don't want her there.
Yeah, but they're only, surely.
Do you think they've gotten a hint that she's going
That
nowhere?
she's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think they've gotten it either. They've not gotten it. They wait for the time to lapse and they say, hey, wait, 3 months have passed. Oh, yeah.
So anyway, Jim Mushui, who is an MCA for Adwana Ward and a majority whip in the Meru County Assembly, will be joining us at 7 a.m. to talk to tell us why they have voted yet again to impeach their governor. Shida iko wapi? amekura busi ya nani. Okay, that's at 7 a.m. At 8 o'clock, we'll be joined by a gentleman called Morara Kebaso. Morara Kebaso is known as Morara Kebaso Senior on X, and he's been very, very, very visible and active. This guy is going around the country. People are telling him, Morara, Ebu, go to a certain place. Why? Because there's a project that was launched there a couple of years ago, and we want you to tell us whether it's off the ground. Morara goes there, and he finds, okay, so it's a road project, it's an airport, it's a whatever. Nothing is going on. And he films it.
It was launched, wasn't
it? Here. Even the plaque that the president, unveiled. Gone.
Elenda.
Plaque gone.
Even the thing, what's the
gate?
The establishment board that they put at the front of a project when they talk about the architect and the engineer and all of that. There was even one where all the writing
has faded. Can you imagine?
Oh my God.
Can you imagine? So Morara Kebaso will join us at 8 a.m. because there's something interesting that's happening in the country, okay? Now, with the case of Morara Kebaso, there is crowdfunding and crowdsourcing. So public is telling one person, come, go to such and such a place. They're even giving him information. Here, this is what was contained in the budget. This is a report by the Auditor General. This is what was said by this and the other. And they even contribute. Here, weka gari mafuta, kwenda angalia. So there's crowdfunding and crowdsourcing that is taking place by the citizens in their accountability checks. We will be discussing that with Morara at 8 a.m. and then at 9 a.m. UDA party. So there's one gentleman who claims that he was a founder of UDA, Joe Halende. And the other day he went to the UDA headquarters and said, I am here as the founder of UDA. I am now the Secretary General. The leadership of UDA met the following morning. They did not confirm him as Secretary General. They removed Malala as Secretary General, and they made Iyala MP, Hassan Sarai, as Secretary General, acting Secretary General. Sasa Halende mwenyewe amebaki wapi? He'll come at 9 a.m. and tell us,
ni mimi ama si mimi?
Wewe ulianzisha hii chama wapi? So
ama iko UDA mbili.
Ama kuna UDA mbili. Na vile ulianzisha ukasema wewe ndio utakuwa Secretary General.
Na ulipeleka UDA wapi?
Ama kuna UDA ingine.
Ama wewe ndio haujui kuna UDA ingine. 19 minutes after 6, a quick look at the weather.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hey, baba boy, gas imeisha, shopping imeisha, na ujue tokens bado zinalia.
Msupa, nipe mbao na 20 minutes.
Mbao, like 20 bob. 20 minutes, kwani kuna nini? Na ujue mimi nataka kupika haki.
Jaber, kwani ujui daka mamilini every 20 minutes, halafu wanapea na 10 million every 20 minutes, na hadi kuna 3 millionaires every hour.
Daka mamili virahisi. Uko na nafasi 3 ya kuwa millionaire kila hour. Usipitwe. Cheza Daka. Ushike mita yako sasa. Chagua nambari zako 4 za bahati and win up to 10 million every 20 minutes. Nenda kwenye paybill 440440. Account Spice amount. Cheza na shilingi 20 hadi shilingi 2,000 na ushinde mamilioni. Daka mita. Kuwa bingwa.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, highs of 23 and lows of 10, 18, and we'll see sunny conditions through Nakuru. 23 will be the high, lows of 13, 21 with highs and lows of 11 in Nyeri, where it's cloudy at 16. Partly sunny conditions will be through Eldoret. At 17, highs of 22 and lows of 12. It's sunny in Mombasa at 27 with highs of 30, while into Malindi at 28, sunny conditions with highs of 30 and lows of 24. It is 24. Will be sunny through Monday in Kisumu with highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 27. In a partly sunny Kakamega at 23. Kampala is sunny at 23 with highs of 27 and going to highs of 32. Dar es Salaam currently is sunny at 27. Johannesburg sunny at 12 with highs of 22, and we're looking into a sunny Mogadishu at 28 with highs of 30 and lows of 25. 16 cloudy in Addis Ababa with highs of 20 and lows of 12. It's 25 degrees in Lagos, mostly cloudy with highs of 29 and lows of 25, while into Kinshasa, it's cloudy at 23 with highs of 29 and lows of 20. It's a rainy Monday afternoon in Beijing at 28 and it's partly sunny at 19 in Paris. London is 16, will be sunny with highs of 25, and Sunday night in New York is clear at 24. Coming into Monday, we'll see highs of 31 and lows of 22.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
21 minutes after 6.
For the first time in a long time, Sky Simba says good morning from the East Coast. Well, good morning to you. Many people online today. We're just going through you quickly. Kiam's Fish says good morning, listening from beyond the horizons. I want to wish us all a productive week ahead, and we say amen to that. Bernardo Kello says good morning, wishing you all a happy Monday. Francis Emisiko, Jumbo, Kenya, hope all is well. This is Francis from New Jersey. Leo, good morning, how are you? If you can't explain a government policy in one sitting, either it doesn't make sense or you are being a conveyor for the real policy developer. Okay. Elvis Kirando says good morning. James Kamau says good morning to everybody from Fone in Texas. Condolences are being passed, CT, from across the board. Really sweet of all of you this morning. Clampton Eric is tuned in. Eric Clampton, really? There was a Clampton who used to play the guitar.
Prolific.
Fantastic guitar player. Joe is saying he's getting us loud and clear. You who calls yourself twice. Yes, Mama Shiku said what it's called. It's called an eye floater. Well, this one will go. Sitia said it will go away. And because Sitia said it will go away, it must go away.
Itaenda.
Hey, Itaenda. Sitia Misema. Belated birthday wishes to Eric from across board.
Zanzana.
Joseph thinks I should go see a doctor. I'll go see one, don't worry.
You've seen Dr. CT.
CT has said it as I've seen the doctor.
You've seen Dr. CT.
Ndio.
Na amesema hiyo kitu itaenda. Just accept.
And move on. Guys, really great to see you in the room every morning. Thanks for being here. Karibuni sana.
Sana. CT. So ulikubali we continue with the
we are
landlocked countries.
Yes, we are.
Very good.
We are.
Very good.
Public demands. Public has demanded.
Yeah.
Yes. And public demand is it's called popular demand. Otherwise known as popular public demand. Yes.
So where are we this week?
We are in the 5th largest country on this particular continent.
It's a landlocked one.
It is
5th largest country in Africa.
Yes.
Can we guess what it is before you say? Just for for fun of it. Is it in Southern Africa?
No.
Is it in Western Africa?
Ish.
Yeah. Oh, stop it. It's in it's in Western-ish Africa.
Ish, Central-ish, Western-ish.
Central-ish, Western-ish. Cameroon.
Good, but just kidogo chini.
Cameroon, chini.
Is Cameroon landlocked?
It's not really.
Not really, well.
Well, let me give you a hint. It's the 20th largest nation by area in the world.
How's that a clue? How's that a clue?
It's ish in the West Africa. Ish.
And then in the world,
does it share a border with Cameroon?
It does.
Chad.
See the hint.
The hint what?
Share border. And you yes. Actually, it's bordered by 6 countries. Libya to the north, Central African Republic to the south, Sudan to the east, Cameroon to the southwest, Nigeria to the southeast. My goodness. And then Niger. It's Niger, not Niger.
No, Niger is in Nigeria.
Okay, Niger to the west. And then, you know that place where Nigeria is, in the southeast? That is where also Lake Chad is. The country is actually named after the Lake Chad. Yes. An interesting country. Kuna kitu inatoka wetland, where you have an entire surface that is covered by water, as opposed to just bare earth. It has that one. It has a bit of Sahara inside it. It has a bit of semi-arid and not quite arid. Then it has wetlands. An interesting country.
Wow.
Very, very interesting. We'll be telling you more and more about it, isn't it? Right. Now, the proverb.
Verb.
Yeah, now, what was that proverb I was looking for? The more feathers a chicken has, the bigger it looks, and the nearer it approaches the grave.
The more feathers a chicken has, the bigger it looks, the closer it approaches the grave.
And the graveyard where chicken normally nestle in some belly of some human being.
Some plate or oven.
Yes.
Some fists.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's the one when you're going, mother picks and says, kuleni hii kama mwende.
Ndio
hiyo unachinjio. Haya, let's look at, we have what? 2 papers. Let's look at them.
The Standard, terror squads Ruto unleashed on Gen Z. Bold this morning. The Standard can reveal the men who infiltrated the protests by youthful Kenyans are trained to take down terrorists. Allah? They use cars without number plates and clad in balaclavas and hoods to conceal their identity. Those things with just the eyes. You get it? Where? We'll look into that story because it's quite a clincher. 2, the unit was formed by bringing together police officers and NIS officers designated to fight terror. Another number you might be interested in, 50, the number of youth said to have been killed by police during the protests against poor government.
Okay.
So we'll look into that.
Just so we're sure, they're saying that the Standard can reveal the men who infiltrated the protest.
Yes.
Now let's wait and see whether the story will reveal the men.
I'll tell you the story because that's what the headline is.
Okay.
I thought about that too, but okay. Sidelined heroes behind growth of Eldoret town to a city. Rewriting history, 22 individuals, among them athletes, philanthropists and farmers, were awarded state honours for their distinguished services that led to the growth of Eldoret. Residents, however, say there are men and women who were not awarded, but their effort to multiple fields helped shape the city. Moy founded the Moy Teachers Training College, currently the University of Eldoret. He built the Moy Barracks. He started Moy University. Eldoret Airport 2 is attributed to the former president. The late Jackson Kibor, businessman and farmer. Kipchoge Keino, sports personality. Ruben Chesire, politician and businessman. And Kite Arap Tiren, prominent farmer. These individuals should have been named or at least recognized in building the agency that led to the city. All right.
Okay.
National news, Mwangaza is to face MCAs again as Senate begins censure probe. The Senate will have a special sitting today morning where senators will have a pre-hearing conference before Meru MCAs present their case. The governor will defend herself on Tuesday again. Why Kanja thinks tech will Why Kanja thinks tech will fight crime. Kanja promised to push for more funding besides strengthening police communication team, which he blamed for the lackluster dissemination of information. In case you're wondering who Kanja is the new what? IG of police. Nominee, likely to be endorsed and, given through this morning, or rather this week. Water shortage. Given through.
Yes,
pass. Water shortage as Mount Kenya rivers dry. Allah. Reports indicate that the glaciers atop Rwenzori and Mount Kenya, two of East Africa's iconic mountain ranges, are rapidly disappearing. As a result, rivers are drying. So what happens on top affects what happens below, at the bottom. Okay. Uhuru, ever-present force, even in retirement. People are just saying he's just there in the shadows. You know how when you put on the light and in your periphery you can see something, but you're not quite sure what it is. They've said that is Uhuru. Wamalwa to Raila, quit Azimio now. Democratic Action Party Kenya has asked the Governing Council of Azimio to expel ODM from the coalition for going to bed with the government they are opposing, and it is not a pretty sight. Allah. That last part was me.
Allah.
Displaced await Mpox jab in DRC. The DRC, which has recorded around 16,000 cases so far this year, is the epicenter of an epidemic that led the WHO to trigger its highest level of international alert. What was that disease that did a thing?
Which one? Ebola?
Ebola. Epicenter, DR Congo. Mpox. Epicenter, DR Congo.
Even the other one, the one for serious hemorrhaging. What's it called?
Bro.
So you have to use the Ebola.
Oh, that's Ebola.
That's Ebola, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But hey.
Ni.
Huko.
Hey. Aya, Neo.
Kuna People Daily. I have the screenshot of the Daily Nation. See, today is Monday. Just to be sure.
Yeah.
And it's 19th.
Yeah.
Okay. Stalled reforms plunge schools into confusion. More than a year after the President's Working Party on Education Reforms report was launched, many of the recommendations are yet to be implemented.
Of course they're not.
The situation has affected government funding for education and operations within the crucial sector. We even interviewed guys here and we said, so this is the report, this is the implementation plan. All of these things were saying within a year, within 6 months, within a year, things will be done. And we asked, in this Kenya? Now here we are. Okay. Till death do us part? No, says man as he weds a dead partner. The wedding committee was in place, invitation cards had been sent out, and the presiding reverend was all set. But man proposes, God decides. The wedding was not to be, since Stanley Masharia's partner, Nancy Muthoni, died 11 days to the big day. You know what he did? He went ahead and conducted the wedding during her funeral. He basically said, all right, I thee wed. So that thing of till death do us part now, they edit.
Because that one has already happened.
Posthumously. There's a story actually, I think it's in the People Daily, we'll read it. Oginda's fate as EACC boss now in president's hands.
Tena kwa nini?
Sasa wacha nikuambie. When the National Assembly's Justice and Legal Affairs Committee met on the 31st of July to hear from stakeholders on proposed changes to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act, a plot was hatched to end Bishop David Oginda's term as the anti-graft sir, barely a year into office. The meeting was set to attract controversy as it drastically changed academic qualifications required to be EACC chairperson. The legislators and the Director of Public Prosecutions, whose office has clashed with the anti-graft agency, has protested state... The legislators and the Director of Public Prosecutions, whose office has clashed with the anti-graft agency that has protested state prosecutors' withdrawal of high-profile corruption cases, they are backing law changes to alter qualifications to lead EACC. They are saying, in short, that chairperson of the EACC should be a lawyer.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Igua Goma.
Hey.
The chairperson of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission should be
shouting,
an advocate. Do you qualify? You know those things of Zoom, judge of superior court, blah, 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 blah. Those things. Like they've said about the IEBC. Like they've said about very, very many commissions in this country. So for you to head a commission, you must be
the people who are shouting,
MPs and DPP.
I beg. The things that they should do. Look, let me not start talking. It's too early.
It is because Oginda is not a lawyer. Or emeritus, what was the other name? The retired Archbishop of the Anglican Church. Him. Wavukala.
Yeah.
Because Wavukala was not really a lawyer. Because
that's why he failed.
Yes. That's why this EACC has not been prosecuting.
So if the chair of the EACC is a
was
lawyer,
an advocate who is senior to a judge of the superior court. My friend, the corruption
why do people open their mouth and then just let people know publicly?
Let me tell you what else is in this nation. Why Ruto could replace Raila as Mount Kenya's boogeyman in 2027. Uproar over state's plan to salvage some provisions of shelved finance bill 2024. Mutameza hii tembe. Mutameza hii tembe. City, now that you have the People Daily, why don't you tell us?
Why don't I just mention to you in passing? Just mention what is in the star. Screenshot. Screenshot.
Okay.
Audit unearths financial rot at sports fund. More than 5.4. You know, in this country, we left million a long time ago. We are not talking million. So when you hear me talking about a figure, no, it's billion. 5.4 billion was not supported by expenditure. Returns. Okay, you spent, this is what you spent it on, and we can see it over there. It was not there. All right? Right. A shock of interns using Google to perform medical surgery.
Say what?
there's a story here that poor supervision and confusing experience is suddenly becoming real as it is being reported that some doctors perform surgeries using Google.
Okay.
I'm just mentioning. NSSF has decided this thing of people having problems getting their money, they've retired, some are CT's age, some are older than CT, and they're going to look for their money. Those ones, saying they are now relying on technology. So you go to ask for your money 24 hours, keep money. You know,
technology sends you money.
Whether it is 1 hour, 24 hours, first of all, the money has to be there. Let's just start there, okay? So then we can continue. Then KEMSA also dismisses, remember the audit queries? KEMSA, problem, KEMSA. Saying no. It is not quite like that. Okay? Then there's a story on page News at the Coast, bless you, HICT, thank you. And it says, there's a firm that is going to produce Africa's first Mpox rapid test kits, meaning test, Mpox yes, Mpox no. That is happening in Kilifi. Now you asked about the People Daily. People Daily. They have a bang in the middle of the paper. But before we get there, alarm raised over Kilimani gang raping, body shaming women.
What?
Yeah. Yep, this is the story on page 2. With allegations of inaction against the Kilimani police, victims' quest for justice shed light on much deeper issues within the law enforcement in Kenya. Okay? And then on the same page, no, I'm not going to mention. Governor Kawira in third fight for her political soul. Okay? Right. Inside Kalonzo's scheme to kick Raila out of Azimio. That is top. You know we have top right-hand corner until green?
Yeah.
It's just top. Okay? Right. Then bang in the middle of the paper, big war on old money. Okay? You want to know what this big war on the old money is. Okay? Right. Families of prominent figures in the Rift Valley locked in legal fights over their estates, comprising land, real estate, billions of cash in banks. And in the picture, we have the late former President Daniel Arap Moi, Jackson Kibor, Mark To, Kipiego Chaluget, Edward Limo, and Jonah Ruto. These are people who represent old money which has been there for a long time. And now it's being fought for in real time. Yes.
22 to 7. Traffic.
Is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good news for the soccer lovers across Kenya. Very soon your lifestyle will never be the same. Crazy memories of the lively football matches.
Happening every week.
Introducing the new season of the English Premier League football matches.
Another gem of a goal!
Starting on the 16th of August 2024, exclusively on SpiceFM. Catch the upscaled, heart-throbbing season's football commentaries from the ever-zealous soccer commentators and presenters. EPL, Soka Katambe. Only on SpiceFM.
Hey, baba boy, gas imeisha, shopping imeisha, na ujue tokens bado zinalia.
Msupa, nipe mbao na 20 minutes.
Mbao, like 20 bob. 20 minutes, kwani kuna nini? Na ujue mi nataka kupika haki.
Jaber, kwani ujui dakika mamilini every 20 minutes, halafu wanapea na 10 million every 20 minutes, na hadi kuna 3 millionaires every hour.
Daka mamili virahisi. Uko na nafasi 3 ya kuwa millionaire kila awa. Usipitwe. Cheza daka. Ushike mita yako sasa. Chagua nambari zako 4 za bahati and win up to 10 million every 20 minutes. Nenda kwenye paybill 440440. Account Spice amount. Cheza na shilingi 20 hadi shilingi 2000 na ushinde mamilioni. Daka mita kuwa bingwa.
All right, traffic this morning, a little bit of it coming on the Eastern Bypass heading out towards North Airport Road, and also Landis, we're seeing that packing up as you get towards the Kamkunji roundabout. There's a lot of traffic on Haile Selassie and coming off of what's happening right around Wakulima as folks offload their goods and products. All right, on the Thika Superhighway as well, survey starting to pack as we get into the city, but that's just about the size of it right about now. Let's see what happens as we get into traffic hour. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Yeah. The headline reads, The Standard, rather this is the subhead, The Standard can reveal the men who infiltrated the protests by youthful Kenyans are trained to take down terrorists. That's the first part of that statement. As we look into the story, last week, the High Court ruled that police officers must wear name tags and identifiable service numbers during demonstrations. This ruling has triggered many revelations that shed light on the disturbing activities of a covert unit within the police and NIS, initially designated to combat terrorism, but allegedly repurposed to suppress political dissent, the Standard has learned. The unit, composed of both NIS and police officers, use unmarked vehicles, disguises itself as anti-terror police, and employs extreme tactics such as abductions, torture, and extrajudicial killings to target protesters and critics of President William Ruto's administration. The court's intervention last week came amid growing concern over the state security forces' harsh tactics to suppress dissent, including the deployment of covert officers targeting demonstrators. High-placed security sources intimated to the Standard that the group has been raiding homes, matatus, protests and leisure spots, taking individuals to secret locations for torture. The rogues unit's action came under intense scrutiny following violent confrontations during national protests against the Finance Bill 2024. Demonstrators expressing frustration over the rising cost of living and new tax proposals face severe crackdowns, with reports indicating the involvement of these undercover officers in violent suppression. I'm still yet to get to the point whereby these men have been identified. But okay. Now, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua publicly condemned misuse of security forces for selfish political gains. He spoke in Mombasa in June, and he criticized the NIS and police for being weaponized for political purposes.
What's new?
Nada.
What's the story telling us?
The story is telling us that there's a group and they use these tactics, but in terms of...
And Gachagua has also talked about it before.
Previously said that NIS should not be used to blah blah.
And police have, there's a court order that says police should...
But I have not seen a place where it has told us that such a man has been identified and that there are 8 men in this group. These are their names, these are their identities. They are part of a force, anti-terror, or some covert police unit that they've said.
Or even tell us the name of the police unit.
Akuna?
There's a police unit that was established in 2001 called Kijikijikiji. It's commanded from this area. It has X number of officers. It has the orders come from... It's not telling us any of those things.
No.
So what is the Standard revealing?
That
there's a group of people like that.
The revelation is they've given us the composition.
You may have been able to reveal it to yourself a couple of weeks ago, but hey, now that it's in the paper, it must be true.
They are telling you that there's a NIS mix, and then
the DCI, and they're anti-terror, and they're not anti-terror. They were torture people.
And that, NIS officers abducted the son of Justin Muturi, commando style. If they can abduct Muturi's son, what about other Kenyans? Kwani Muturi's son is not a Kenyan. But okay, the police are breaking the law, according to John Waiganjo, who is the IPO commissioner. He says even those in uniform are not displaying their name tags and service numbers. Moreover, those in civilian clothing are also wearing hoodies, making their identities...
Let me tell you. See, what's the story?
Akuna.
Poor guy was in parliament last week. Gachagua spoke last month.
June. 2 months ago.
2 months ago. Abductions are happening. Okay.
People are still being abducted and being taken to prison. I'm in jail. Anyway.
Hiya. Let me tell you that story about the guy who did a wedding on the date of the funeral of his wife. This is a couple that had lived together for 26 years, and they had planned to formalize their marriage on Saturday, having already completed a customary wedding in 1998. This is Mr. Stanley Macharia and Nancy Muthoni. They were both active members of ACK Pumwani in Nairobi. They were involved in planning another church member's wedding. Their commitment to the church and their fellow congregants led others to organize a wedding for them, setting August 17th to be the date for the wedding. Preparations were in full gear until 3 weeks ago when Muthoni fell ill. She was treated at a nearby health facility and returned home. Her condition worsened. She was taken to KNH, where she was hospitalized and admitted on 4th of August. Family and friends remained hopeful for her recovery, but 2 days later, Muthoni passed away, leaving everyone in shock. Now, despite all these things, the man said, okay, you know what? My wife longed for this wedding. Sadly, she did not live to see the day. I wanted to honor her wish and greatest desire, so we chose to have the burial on the day that we had set for our wedding, with everyone in the attire that we had planned to wear. We had envisioned this as a beautiful day for us. Things turned out differently, and only God knows why. So a somber mood filled ACK Gekoe Church in Madhioya, Murang'a, where the funeral mass was held. Family and friends paid heartfelt tributes to Muthoni. He, the groom, was dressed the way he wanted to dress for the wedding. She was dressed in white and buried in a white casket. The guests came dressed how they wanted to have dressed for the wedding.
That's so sweet and so sad at the same time.
Yeah. They had lived together for 26 years.
Wow. I guess death does not part us.
Yeah, that's the one now they say, eh? Till death do us part? No. No.
Huh? I know City wants to tell us a story, but
Yes.
please allow me
Yes.
to just do this headline.
Please do. Please do.
And a bit of the story.
Yeah.
You may wonder whether 3 times a charm. But let's see. Mwangaza to face MCAs again as Senate begins censure probe. They've said, but they did say that they would do this. The time needs to lapse and then we're going to come back and say that we want to impeach her, and they've done it again. Now, the Senate gears up for Meru County boss' 3rd impeachment battle. Is this one going to be the clinker? The Senate is yet again set to either bury or rescue the political life of Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza when it begins a 2-day session to either uphold or dismiss her impeachment by the Meru County Assembly. The embattled governor is facing a 3rd impeachment. This time around, what is it? The Senate will have a special sitting today where senators will have a pre-hearing conference and the MCAs will present their case to support the impeachment motion passed a week ago. The governor will then appear before the Senate tomorrow, where she will have an opportunity to defend herself again against these allegations raised before senators vote to keep a decision on whether to uphold or dismiss her impeachment. Now, last Wednesday, senators who are currently on recess convened a special sitting where they resolved to hear the impeachment motion through plenary after they voted against a special committee of 11 senators to hear the matter. So essentially all of them will be there. Now, Senate Speaker Amason Kingi said following the decision, the County Assembly and the Governor had until Saturday evening to file the responses to the Office of the Clerk of the Senate, with all the 67 senators getting the necessary documents by Sunday evening. Senator Majority Whip Boni Khalwale had tabled the names of 11 senators, but of course they said, no, we're going to go through the plenary option. Now, during her 2nd impeachment, which was in November last year, which the Senate dismissed, Mwangaza faced accusations of misappropriation and misuse of county resources, nepotism and related unethical practices, bullying, vilification and demeaning other leaders, illegal appointments and usurpation of statutory powers, contempt of court, only one person, illegally naming a public road after her husband, and contempt of the assembly. Now, when given a chance to make her final remarks before the vote was taken during her 2nd impeachment, she pleaded with the House to save her, asking for forgiveness if she had wronged anyone in the Senate and in the Meru County. She admitted that just like any other human, she had her weaknesses, which she would strive to overcome. Now, this time, the case is that she's accused of revoking the appointment of Virginia Miriti as the secretary of the County Public Service Board. She's accused of failing to appoint the chairperson of Meru County Revenue Board, Meru Microfinance Corporation, Meru Youth Board, Meru Youth Service Board and Meru County Investment and Development Corporation Board. She's accused of refusing to implement the recommendations of the Assembly to dismiss the County Secretary, Dr. Kiambi Thambura, and the Chief of Staff, Harrison Bithi. She's also accused of illegally dismissing many other people across boards, Mewas, Meru Microfinance Corporation, Paul Mwaki, the CEO of the Liquor Board, those ones. She's accused of giving false information that 86 million shillings had been raised through a pay bill number established after the murder of Daniel Muthiani. She's accused of irregularly paying emergency call allowances to 161 doctors and medical officers using wrong rates, leading to excessive payments of what? 74 million shillings. She's accused of using a manual payroll to pay personal emoluments amounting to 102 million. She's accused of employing 111 personal staff in the office of the governor, contributing to the increase of the wage bill by 500 million shillings. She's also accused of paying Christas Manyara, a public communication officer in the office of the governor, full salary while in remand facing murder charges. Are you seeing?
Yeah,
So,
sounds like just very administrative issues.
Yeah, quite a number of them.
You didn't hire, you fired, you didn't do
you
this.
didn't, yeah.
Did she actually do it?
So they'll have that conversation this morning. She will face the pre-conference Tuesday. No, they'll have that this morning. She'll face the conference tomorrow. And then let's see what happens.
The MCA will be here, majority whip. He whipped members to vote to impeach her again. We'll hear. What are these grounds this time? I think if these MCAs are serious, they should sign a petition seeking the dissolution of the county government of Meru. Let everybody go back home.
Yeah.
Let the people decide on the fate of all of them. This drama is just...
It's too much.
Yeah. I mean, it's constantly, back and forth.
Oh, it's just too much, and it's clear that they have a boner for her to just get out of there, and that's the only way they can do it is this without getting rid of themselves. Yeah.
I've got two stories that touch on poison that we are consuming.
Oh man.
Okay. One of them is that officers from the Pest Control Products Board, PCPB, and the Kenya Revenue Authority and the Directorate of Criminal Investigations has commenced a nationwide crackdown on fake pesticides sold in the market.
Fake.
According to PCPB, the operation also targets pesticides sold in open-air markets through hawking, car boot sales, and temporary structures. PCPB noted that the quality of pesticides sold in this manner cannot be guaranteed, and they pose a risk to the public and the environment. In Mombasa, multi-agency officers arrested 2 people and they closed several business outlets. PCPB, in collaboration with the DCI, managed to arrest the 2 suspects in Mombasa on Biashara Street. The suspects were arraigned in a Mombasa court and they were fined 100,000 shillings or to serve 1 year sentence in prison. This is what the PCPB said. So now they are cracking down on going to places. Unauza hizi dawa. Are you a licensed agrovet?
Hizo like dawa ya mende.
Za nini?
Za mboga.
Za mboga. Pesticides.
Okay.
There's something that PCPB was supposed to have done 2 years ago. And this was following a motion that was filed by the then woman rep for Uasin Gishu County, Gladys Boss. And Parliament resolved that yes, PCPB needs to review because there are pesticides that have been banned in Europe, but they are still manufactured in Europe and sold in Kenya. And PCPB has licensed them as proper. They have been banned in Europe because they are poison. They are being sold in Kenya because they are not poison when they get here.
How?
So PCPB was supposed to review these things and say, these are the ones that are actually poisonous and we are going to ban them from Kenyan. Deputy Speaker Sholay, the other day, brought that matter back to Parliament and said, look, this House resolved that these guys are going to give us a list. They still haven't. PCPB, instead of doing that, they have a clear list. This product banned in its home country. Why are we allowing it here in Kenya?
Yeah, and using it here.
You know? Instead of doing that, they're saying at wewe unauza dawa ya mboga kwa street ni mbaya. That's the work that they've decided to involve DCI, to involve KRA, to involve all those people. The big job they're not doing. That is one story. Second story is here. Kenyans need to be alert and beware that the food that they purchase from the supermarkets in major towns and in flea markets could be contaminated. Actually, there is fear that this could be one of the reasons why cancer cases have been spiking in the country. Samples collected from supermarkets in Nairobi, Kisumu, Nakuru, Eldoret, Nyeri, Kitale, and Mombasa were found to be contaminated with aflatoxin and fumonisin. Breakfast cereals, maize and maize flour, wheat and wheat flour, beans, legumes, nuts, rice and others are said to be contaminated by a whopping 50%. Nairobi is said to be have the highest amount of contaminated breakfast cereals with aflatoxin, posing a grave danger to the city's dwellers. A survey and studies conducted by scientists and researchers from KEMRI revealed that there is widespread and significant levels of chronic mycotoxin exposure through contaminated maize, flour, nuts, and other foodstuffs. People may be exposing themselves to slow death by eating foods that are contaminated with poisonous molds. An expert in Kenya in plant and crop health with the Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization, KALRO, who preferred to remain anonymous because she is not authorized to talk to the press, says the poisonous molds found in aflatoxins are sometimes not destroyed during food processing or while the food is being cooked. KEMRI says about 50% of the samples that they collected contaminated.
Good grief.
In Nairobi. 50%. Imagine. And this is not just being sold in the flea market and all. They have gone to the formal markets, supermarkets, and big shops and picked those samples there. 50%. Dangerous.
Very.
Dangerous.
On the 31st of July this year, there was a case that was confirmed in Taita Taveta County. It was Mpox. The patient was admitted to hospital and has since recovered, according to the Ministry of Health. But because Mpox is such a danger, there is a country on Africa called Kenya that has a company called Revital Healthcare. It's based in Kilifi County, again in Kenya. It has launched Africa's largest rapid diagnostic tech kit facility. This it did on the 8th of May. And this is a process that is ongoing. I thought I would make it short and sweet.
So are they selling or are they giving us for free?
No, it's a business. Once they develop it, I'm sure the Ministry of Health will be their client. Remember, it's for the continent. So anybody who has a problem, they will know exactly where to get it. Yes.
Is Mpox rapidly developing, kind of like what Ebola was, as in within a day or two, you see the physical manifestation of the virus? Is it fast like that?
It has, from everything I've read, it doesn't say how fast it is. But it is easy, it is not difficult to diagnose. And if we have a situation where the one patient who was diagnosed at Taita Taveta has recovered, then it is a good story that we're hearing. There are 12 others who it is said had cases, but there's nothing much that has been heard about them, because what was said of them is that they were showing symptoms of the disease. Yes.
But it wasn't confirmed.
No, it was not confirmed.
Okay.
Stay on alert, but Ministry of Health should now tell us this is what you do to avoid. But they've told us wash your hands regularly with soap and water.
Soap and water washing.
7 a.m. news time.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Parties affiliated to the Azimio la Umoja coalition are now calling for the removal of the ODM party from the alliance over Raila Odinga's move to collaborate with President William Ruto's government. Three parties, PNU, Jubilee and DAP-K, have revealed that Azimio chair, former President Uhuru Kenyatta, has convened a meeting which will be used to discuss the coalition's future. Speaking in Kirinyaga, Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka said while it's a democratic right for members to align themselves with the opposition or government, President William Ruto is now running an unconstitutional government following the recent Gen Z protests.
Some are saying, oh, Ruto is not that bad now that he has given us a very good position in his government. And they are saying they are not going to fight this government because they are now part of this government.
It's like kicking the youth on their teeth na kuambia mutadu.
Aliambia watu wa dunia hii hasa hapa Mount Kenya, musiungane, musiende kwa UDA, kuna shida. Sasa hawezi kuwa yeye ndio anaambia mtu mwingine asiende waungane naye kwa serikali. You just need to add 1 + 1. There's no way he will be those double speaks are not good for leadership.
Now, businessman Jimmy Wanjigi is expected to appear before the DCI headquarters in Nairobi for questioning. Wanjigi will be questioned after the DCI asked him to appear before them to shed light on various issues. It is reported that Wanjigi will be accompanied by his family, who will record statements on how they were mishandled by officers when their house was raided by security officers. The family complains that the police who raided their residence in Muga caused extensive damage to their property while threatening them at gunpoint when they broke into the house. In the case in which the police admitted to conducting an operation in search of Wanjigi, the police claimed to have found grenades and weapons including tear gas, a claim that Wanjigi later strongly denied. According to Wanjigi, the devices were planted by the security officers with the aim of tarnishing his name after they failed to find him despite being inside his house. Wanjigi claims that he has evidence captured on CCTV cameras showing the police planting the weapons in his car and home. His homes in Nairobi and Malindi were raided by the police who were looking for him. Authorities in Mombasa County are holding 15 people at the Likoni Ferry Channel in connection to a theft incident. Mombasa County Commissioner Mohammed Noor said the group was part of a crowd travelling across the channel after attending a festival at the nearby Mamangina grounds, which ended at around 2 a.m. Commuters were crossing the sea using the MV Likoni Ferry from Mombasa to Likoni. According to the police, the suspects are said to have robbed festival goers and roadside sellers, even disrupting transport activities at the ferry terminal before police were called. Noor said 2 people were injured during the melee. And the police in Alego, Usonga, Siaya County are investigating the mysterious death of a 42-year-old man whose body was found lying beside the road at Ulore village in southeast Alego location. The man's body was discovered by villagers who raised alarm after he was found lying unresponsive. According to Siaya County Police Commander Cleti Kimayo, the incident was reported to the Kogelo police station by the area village elder George Yewa, who told the police that there was a lifeless body sighted alongside the road within his village. And police officers in the Nduine area of Gilgil are holding a murder suspect handed over to police by residents on accusation of killing his wife in a domestic dispute. Witnesses familiar with the matter say the man and the deceased woman have been living together for the last 3 years, albeit with a lot of disagreements. According to Moses Masharia, a neighbor and in charge of Nyumba Kumi in the area, he was notified of the tragic turn of events by the suspect's immediate neighbor. Now, in the 5 weeks since U.S. President Joe Biden abandoned his flailing re-election bid, the Democratic Party's fortunes have changed dramatically, and this week the change will be on full display. Vice President Kamala Harris, now the party's candidate, is heading into Democratic National Convention riding a historic whirlwind. Her campaign has broken records of fundraising, packed arenas with supporters, and turned the polls into battleground states in Democrats' favor. Harris and running mate Minnesota Governor Tim Walz have turned joy into a campaign buzzword, a pithy reminder of the despair the party felt just weeks ago. The two publicly accepted their party's nomination at the convention in Chicago that starts today. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Getting into traffic hour this Monday morning in a short while, but for now, we're just seeing some movement on the Thika Superhighway. As you come in from that Allsops junction out towards the CBD, we're seeing traffic has started to build. Also on Landis Road, it's building because of the action around Wakulima. There is a lot of traffic on Haile Selassie in and outbound, and it's affecting what's happening on Landis Road as well. Not too bad coming off of Lusaka Road right now, so it's watch and see kind of thing. And on Jogo Road, just past the Makadara train station, some traffic coming in from Manyanja Road. There's traffic here as well. It's busy on Kangunda Road, as usual. Right around this time, it's starting to build up also on Wayakiwe. Gong Road also will be busy as we get into it. But guess what? The Southern Bypass has absolutely no traffic at all. So this Monday morning, if you want to experience zero traffic, get on down to the Southern Bypass. Take the scenic route into the city. You know, just for kicks. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X hashtag, the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room, feeling the pulse of the nation. Now, if you want to study abroad and even live abroad, you just need to know, so what institutions of higher learning are available for me to go and study abroad, right? Mm-hmm. And one good place to actually get all this information is at the Cradle Study Abroad World Fair that's coming up this 31st of August from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Where will it be? At a mall in Parklands called the Gallant Mall in Parklands, Nairobi. What will you get there? All the information about universities, international universities. In fact, those international universities are sending their representatives into the country. Mm-hmm. So they'll be there. This university, the other university, the other university, you get to talk to them. They tell you this is why you can come and study here with us. This is what the requirements would be. This is how you apply. They can even help you start the application process. All right, do you need some scholarships? They can even help you, tell you some of the scholarships on offer in the institution. What do you need? You need accommodation assistance? Okay, we can sort you out in terms of accommodation. This is how you apply for it. Do you need to apply for student visa? We can even assist you there in the application process for student visa. They walk the journey with you. And all you need to do is do what? Turn up on that day. What day? 31st of August. Where? Gallant Mall in Parklands.
You need to make sure you register, however. Register before you turn up. And you do that on the website, which is www.cradle.com, or you can call 0799 000 444. Make sure you register. It's by invite only. So you register, you're invited, you show up, you get it done, you go.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Please spell the word Cradle.
Craydel.
That's it.
Yep.
Cradle.com. Or you can call what number?
0799 000 444.
That's it. Huh? Mm-hmm. That's it. It's just like that. Make sure you register so that when you go there, they are ready for you. Sindio? Mm-hmm. Hiya. City. It's important again for people to do regular medical checkups.
It's absolutely mandatory. Absolutely mandatory, because you then get to know what possible ailment may be lurking inside you. It is absolutely mandatory. Now, you may take this lightly, but every single day, people die. Every single day, people get hospitalized. And people who get hospitalized, unless they were hit by a car and then it's called an accident, it means there's a disease that has been inside their body for a while. And when it becomes manifest in the worst possible way, they then go to hospital. All this can be avoided if you simply take care and take up the offer that the Aga Khan University Hospital is offering for 9,950 Kenyan shillings, you will be able to access full and comprehensive medical checkup in any of the facilities they have. Any, and there are many around the country. Simply go and get yourself checked so that you know. Again, now this is a message to men who are above the age of 40. If you can, please go for that checkup twice a year.
Twice a year, right?
Yes.
9,950.
Yes.
Shamrak is asking, website again, Cray what?
www.craydel.com. Craydel is Craydel. Craydel.
That's it. Craydel.com. Okay, so we are going to be joined shortly by Jim Mushui, who's an MCA in Meru County Assembly. He represents the people of Adwena Ward, and he's also majority whip in that assembly. This is the assembly that has voted once again to impeach Governor Kawera Mwangaza. This matter is now before the Senate. The dates for this have been gazetted. So this week, Senate in full plenary is going to deal with this matter.
Yes, they are.
Hey.
There was initially an 11-member senator committee that was recommended by the whip, Boni Khalwale. But they said no. Everybody hear this thing out and let's see what's going to be done about it once and for all. Who knows? Those suggestions that you mentioned could actually be ones that would come out. But I want to tell you something.
Tell us.
So you know the Azimio coalition. So you know that one. Okay. Now, DAP Kenya is now saying, you know what, ODM? Because now we're looking at options that you have to deal with a problem. Meru, there's a problem. What options do you have to actually deal with it? Okay, fine. One of them is impeachment, but then it's been tried before. Is there another option that you can use? Well, here's an option where there seems to be a bit of a, jilted lover in this whole Azimio thing. And now they're saying, how do you deal with these mixed feelings? See, now you're the one who is bringing the mixed feelings. How about you leave the coalition, leave the marriage? Because clearly this thing is not what? It is not working. So DAP-K is giving a piece of brotherly, loverly advice to ODM and saying, just leave it. It's not working. Join government completely. You can't have one leg here and the other leg here. It's going to hurt after a while. Now, they've asked the governing council of Azimio, La Umoja, One Kenya, to not even just say leave, to expel the Orange Democratic Movement Party from the coalition that was formed ahead of the 2022 elections. Now, DAP-K has accused Raila Odinga that he led ODM in the going to bed with the government without the knowledge of the coalition's affiliate party. So we would have either all gone to bed or would have all said, don't go to bed.
ODM that went.
ODM went to bed.
Right,
with the
exactly.
government.
Did they ask Azimio to join them?
In the bed? Apparently not.
So where's the problem?
Because we are a coalition. Everything we do together. It's like Siamese twins.
No.
If you go, I go.
No.
Where you
the president got it right. He has a coalition and he has been collapsing the other parties so that there's just one nice, huge monolith party.
No, Azimio didn't do that.
Yes.
They kept their affiliate party.
Unless we can be told that they have a constitution which bars them from doing all these things that we have been told require the expulsion. All these fun and games that these politicians want to treat us to, this is utter nonsense. Okay? It is a complete waste of our time and energy.
It is, but it's kind of fun for Monday morning, is it not?
Okay, now once we admit yes, fun and games, then let's continue. See,
Let me tell you what they said.
Entertainment.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Yes.
No, sun is not yet out. We might as well bring some sunshine and sun rays, shall we not?
Yes.
All right, Twende Kazi. During its National Executive Council meeting in Kitale on Saturday, the Eugene Wamalwa-led party said DAP-K was committed to play opposition roles and was not ready to continue working with Raila. Okay? Now, the NEC, as he says, has instructed me, and I quote, to notify the Azimio One Kenya coalition that ODM should formally exit the coalition due to its close association with the Kenya Kwanza government. Because, you can't just be frolicking with the enemy. It's not fair. While Malwa said DAP-K will remain on the side of ordinary Kenyans. Sawa. And will support Gen Z, this is fun and games, City, and millennials in their push for reforms. He also went on to say, I have been instructed by DAP NEC to tell Azimio One Kenya Governing Council that we are not joining the Kenya Kwanza government in the way that ODM has done. Our friends in ODM are free to do it, but they must leave the coalition because we didn't sign up for this thing. As DAPK,
right, we didn't sign up for this snap.
Hey, we are remaining in the opposition because we want to rescue Kenyans.
Rescue us.
Those who want to rescue President Ruto can go ahead and leave the coalition. They can't be in both opposition and government. Now, Natembeya, who is the Trans Nzoia governor, said the party's deputy leader said DAPK will advocate for the rights of voiceless Kenyans by maintaining their role in the opposition. So all of this story is basically saying, you guys went and had a date and you crowned it all by getting in bed and you left us here. Now, you cannot say that you're going to come back tomorrow after you've been given the flowers and chocolate and you continue and say that we're all part of this thing. This whole kit and caboodle must go. The kit and caboodle now is ODM. And they're basically saying, this is a coalition. We came together on certain principles. CT.
There lies the
and
joke.
Now that...
Politicians talking about principles. Go on.
And now that you have taken those principles and literally chucked them out the window, then you have no business being part of this coalition. Because we are very serious about being on the side of Kenyans. We want to rescue Kenyans. We want to make sure that Kenyans' livelihoods are secured. And we cannot continue to do that with one party in this affiliation who is with the government. So, carry and go.
I have heard the polygamous nature of our political circus is, it's good for a little humor on Monday morning, but it's tiresome.
It sees as being humorous, by the way. If you just think about it, when will this nonsense ever end?
Yes.
Absolute stinking nonsense.
You know, every time we talk about it, you see what my problem is, I feel we are giving air to something we should not bother giving air to. This is nonsense.
It's like we are normalizing.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
It's absolutely...
Well, what is this? I mean, just look at it. What is this? We have serious problems in this country. Serious problems.
Then you wake up
and then this is what we're being...
you wake up on a Saturday morning, you gather yourselves,
yes,
you sit around, obviously you spent money for people to come and listen to you talk this gibberish, and then you come and tell us, in fact, what we are saying is that they should not be here because they left. And what are you talking about?
What, this is a kindergarten rhyme?
If you're really serious about being in the opposition, you don't need to be telling us about who needs to be leaving the party. You need to be bringing out these issues on a regular basis, day in, day out, until something is done about it. There are people who are traversing the country today, talking about things that were supposed to have been done that have not been done. But then here you are, and you're telling me that essentially what you are is you're behaving like a woman scorned. And you're saying that, because... if it was your name that had been selected, would we hear you speaking in this manner? And that's the thing that drives me up the wall. That there's so many important matters that need to be addressed. But here we are doing this political song and dance, dog and pony show, essentially is what it is. To parade yourselves here as though things don't matter, when they do.
All this talk.
You know what?
Yes.
The bottom line is, actually, this also matters. Because this is at the core of our democracy. If we call ourselves a multi-party democracy, then this kind of games, they really do matter. How they are played. It does matter. It does matter that the president could reach out to the opposition. It does matter that the opposition could have this kind of games that they are playing. It does matter. It does matter that the Azimio Council has not met up to now. It does matter that Kenya Kwanza is not even clear whether it's Kenya Kwanza-ing or not, it's Kenya Kwanza-ing. It does matter. Because this is the fabric of our democracy. We are a democratic republic. A democratic republic, a multi-party democracy. This is what we are. But this nonsense that we see from Kenya Kwanza and Azimio, this is not what our constitution says. That Kenya shall be a multi-party democratic republic. It's not this. It's not this. It's not at wake up today because you have gone and met the president, you shall be sanctioned by your party. Another group wakes up tomorrow. They meet the president. They are appointed to the party. They are okay. They can be by the party.
Because they
other guys, they are not joining the party. They're asking these other guys, you just leave and leave us alone. Oh, how was this Azimio formed? First of all, who were the principals of Azimio? It was Raila and Uhuru. Let's just be clear about it. Uhuru is the chair of the Azimio Council. Has he talked?
Nope.
Not one word.
Nothing. The principal of Azimio, who was the presidential candidate, was Raila Odinga. What is he saying? No, we have not left. Oh, no, it's our people. Oh, no, we only donated. Oh, no, it's Uhuru who called me. Oh, no, it's this and the other. What kind of democracy are we playing? And then those in parliament are saying, no, we are now in government. Even us guys, we deserve to be. What nonsense is this?
Amidst everything that we have in the country, and this is what we have to deal with.
Can you imagine?
Does any of this change the lives of these Kenyans that everybody purports to want to assist?
To be on the side of.
Tell me, does it really?
It can never change if we continue behaving in this manner. We have got to get to a level where we have some serious level of proper political hygiene and the bad manners of those political leaders. And you've got to call them out by name. Uhuru Kenyatta, William Ruto, Kalonzo Musyoka, Raila Odinga, Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi,
Stephen Musyoka,
Kalonzo Musyoka is there,
Eugene Wamalwa.
Those ones.
Here they are.
These guys, because of their political bad manners, we have a kind of a crumbling political system in this country. We do not have a multi-party democracy because of these guys, and they've got to shut up. Anyway, our guest is here. Jim Mushuri is an MCA in the Meru County Assembly. He is representing the people of Adwana Ward. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Eric.
How are you?
I'm fine.
It's good to see you here again.
Good to see you. We are here sometimes, I think, was it like a year ago?
It was in October last year.
It was in October last year, yeah. We are here again.
Imagine, you are back.
Yeah, we are back.
When you were here the last time, you were the majority whip in the county assembly.
Yes.
You have come back, you're still the majority whip in the county assembly.
Yeah, sure.
You are whipping your members to get rid of your governor. You're back to the
not
same,
really. I'm whipping my members to get rid of incompetence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sawa. City will welcome you with the day's proverb. City?
Yes?
Please tell the MCA where our proverbs are coming from.
For the whole of this week, our proverbs will be from a landlocked country on this continent. It's the largest country, 5th largest country in Africa, and 20th largest country by area in the world. It's called Chad. Landlocked country of Africa. Interesting country. Huge. You know, when you say largest, people ask me, okay, you're a Kenyan. And what's the number of Kenya? Just let you know, we are 23rd.
We're 23rd largest country in Africa.
Yes, 23rd.
Okay.
The others smaller than us. There's some really tiny, but we're 23rd.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now, the proverb. For the whole of this week, our proverbs will be from the Republic of Chad. The more feathers a chicken has, the bigger it looks, and the nearer it approaches the grave.
Say again.
The more feathers a chicken has, the bigger it looks, and the nearer it approaches the grave.
Jim, what's your interpretation of this proverb?
Definitely, okay. You said the more feathers
a chicken has, the bigger it looks.
Okay.
And the nearer it approaches the grave.
To be slaughtered or to be slaughtered or okay.
Yes.
I think the proverbs okay. And I don't know, I don't really get it right, but I think as pertains the grave, and most of the time the chicken doesn't die a natural death. It is slaughtered most of the times. So maybe it looks fat.
Yes.
What
So.
do you think the message is?
Fat,
sorry?
If it looks fat, what will happen?
It will be slaughtered definitely.
And eaten.
And eaten, of course.
What do you think the proverb is telling us?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. We actually want you to tell us what you think. This is not a Kenyan exam where there are right answers. This one, there are no right answers. The right answer is the one you tell us.
Kabisa.
So I think it means sometimes when things look good, maybe they are heading towards direction.
Good. They may look good, But in reality, they are heading in the not so right direction.
That's a good one. That's a good one. So, Jim, tell us this latest move to impeach the governor of Meru County. How did it begin, and how did it end up here?
Oh, yeah, sure. We have had governance issues from the start, from the time we were elected. And I was here again, and we talked over the issues. And we went to the Senate. Actually, when I came here, we are heading to Senate just like today. It was 2 days to the Senate. It's unfortunate that 2 years into the election, we are really into this back and forth. Because as the members of the County Assembly, we believe things are not moving in Meru as they should move. And it's not really our wish to be maybe in the Senate, maybe fights here and there. But then at some point we have to do what we must do when things appear the way they are. So I must say that we have had serious governance issues. And we hoped they would change. When we got elected, we tried to get along with the governor and maybe try to do development for the people of Meru, of which we were elected. But unfortunately, things were not moving. So we went for the first impeachment. And Senate told us, no, guys, go back and sort your mess down there. So we went and tried to sort our mess. And we came together, actually. I personally was very close to the governor for 1 year. And now, for that 1 year, there are things that you don't really agree with. And we were really close. And we tried to help where we could and all that. But we realized also things were not moving. So when there were serious crimes and all that, we came to the Senate again. And things played the way they played. So we went back. So when we went back for this second time, for us as the members of the County Assembly, we have played our role. Because I have heard also people talk about resolution and all that. And if you look from the side of the Assembly, we passed this year, the 2023-2024 budget. We passed it as the governor, because we didn't want a lot of fight, we passed it as the governor wished. And the question we have been asking is that we have passed the budget as we wished. We have approved all the CECs. We have approved all the boards that you want to work. We have, like for the supplementary budget, we have approved supplementary budget. It came way late towards the end of the close of financial year. And after all this, your people are expecting to get services. So we went back there, we waited for services there, and there's nothing. Or let me not say there's nothing, there's very little, if I can say. When it comes to the issues of utilization of funds, and also governance, serious governance issues. For example, the issues we have right now, how do you, for example, we have a revenue board that collects way below what should be collected. The chair of the revenue board can only be appointed by the governor. I cannot appoint the chair of the service board, the revenue board. That chair of the revenue board cannot be appointed by the CEC. But for a whole year, we have run without a chair for revenue board. So it is the board that sanctions spending. So the questions we're asking the governor: how have you been able to spend like around 400 million for the revenue board without a functioning board? How have you been? There's a MCIDC, Meru Investment and Investment Corporation. How are you able to run that for a whole year without a board? We allocated 60 million. How are you able to run like MYS board without a board for more than a year? So those are some of the issues that we have. Right now we have approved. Actually, we have 2 weeks ago we passed our appropriations bill, the budget. And before it comes, it goes to the budget. The budget estimates goes to the departmental budget goes to the CEC finance, then to the cabinet, then to the assembly. It is approved by the board for the department first. So the questions we ask in Mwangaza is, who approved these budgets? 3 weeks ago, the revenue board as appointed as CEO, they advertised. We have those documents. They did a short list. And they have 2 weeks ago, actually, a CEO reporting in office. Who recruits? Who advertises? A board. It doesn't have a board for a year. So there are a lot of illegalities, kolea kind of happening in Meru, and we have tried. I'm telling you, Eric. We have tried as members of the County Assembly.
Can I ask you, Jim? So I just want to go through some of these things. I mean, what you've said, it makes sense. But then to understand the procedure, that if you should find an anomaly, right, in the way things are being governed, then what is the procedure for recourse to say, why is this happening in this manner? And then how you will get an answer. Because if you look at the first 6 or 7 charges or issues, accusations, they're around what you've mentioned.
Yeah, sure.
She's accused of the appointment of a certain person towards the County Public Service Board, revoking rather that appointment.
Yeah, revoking, yes.
She's accused of failing to appoint the chairperson of the Revenue Board, like you have stated, the Microfinance Corporation, the Meru Youth Service Board, and the Meru County Investment and Development Corporation Board. Yet another issue of administration. Failed to, or rather refused to, implement the recommendations of the Assembly to dismiss the County Secretary, accused of illegally dismissing a number of people, CEO of the County Revenue Board again, CEO of the Liquor Board, Managing Director of the Microfinance Corporation, and on and on. The next 2 also have something to do with appointments. So when you find there's an anomaly, what is the procedure for recourse? Do you say, we're presenting these to your desk, can you explain why 1, 2, 3 has happened? And if that's the case, I'm curious as to what she said when this was presented to her.
There is what happens is there are 2 levels of accountability. There are things that should be done by the CECs and the chief officers, and then there are things that should be done by the governor specifically. So our role as an assembly, when we find an anomaly, when there is a working relationships, you can ask the governor what is happening, or you do by writing. So what happens with the four main sagas, we call them sagas, autonomous bodies, the Meru Microfinance, the MYS, and the Revenue Board. We sometimes in August last year, actually they nominated. The governor nominated people to those bonds in June. But those positions, they don't fall in vacant.
Not yet.
Not yet. They are not fallen vacant. We have Gazette notices. You will be seeing them in the Senate today. So
what do you mean they are not fallen vacant? Jimmy just told us that they were running.
There was nobody for a year.
Vacancies.
Yeah. Okay, around a year. Some of them were falling vacant in August, others in September. So what happened is this. In June, the governor nominated people to those vacancies. So the clerk wrote back and told them, kindly check, because now when we are the clerk is there throughout. For us now, we have been elected. So when these people were vetted last, they have the Gazette notice. So she wrote back to the governor and told them, now I can see some or most of these things have not fallen back. Can you kindly provide us with the right information? So what they did, they never got back. When they fell back in around December, the clerk wrote again to the executive, the assembly.
We're talking about last year, 2023.
Last year, yes.
Okay.
We wrote back to them and told them, now this you never got back with information, but these things have fallen vacant. And you see something like a revenue budget is quite sensitive. We have those letters today. You will be seeing them. So they never replied. There was another follow-up letter around, I think, in February or so. So there has been those efforts to try and remind them. For example, you were talking about the issue of service board. The government doesn't have powers to dismiss any member of the public service board. They are quite. They don't have
an independent 6-year term.
Yes, they are independent. And that has to go through the assembly. So what is happening in Meru, and the problem we have, is that now the CEO of the service board had to go to court, and she had to get a court injunction. What this means for us? It means for us now there's a lot of money, and you saw the other day the executive being graded by the Senate. We have over 800 million pending legal fees, the money we hold lawyers. So there's a lot of wastage because of miscalculations. You mentioned the issue of chief of staff and the executive secretary.
Yep.
One of the center of contentions last year, in the last impeachment, was the actions of the chief of staff and the county secretary. When it came to the Senate, the governor said it wasn't me. It was the county secretary, it was the chief of staff. The assembly doesn't have powers to impeach the chief of staff. It doesn't have powers to impeach the county secretary. We can only impeach the governor and the CCs. So what we did, when we got back to Meru, out of all those actions, 1,611 Meru residents did a petition to the assembly, asking for investigation, because now there is a lot of legal fees amounting from illegal dismissals. So when we did a report, there was a recommendation that you, governor, now the chief of staff is no longer serving the interests of the county. Kindly start a process to dismiss her. And also the county secretary. She ignored. And you know the report of the county assembly is binding. She was given 60 days. It's binding. So right now we are back in the Senate. And for example, there's a guy who was accused of murder of the blogger, sniper, Crispus Manyara. The guy was arrested. He stayed in remand for like 3 months. He was charged for murder. For like 6 months, he has been on account payroll, being paid full salary. We have pay slips up to
while he's in remand.
Well, he is in remand after being charged of murder.
Is that against the law?
It's against the law. Actually, the HR manual says that if you don't appear for work in 10 days, you should be put on half salary. While your supervisor is investigating where you are. Then if you actually you were charged, you should be terminated.
When you're charged?
Yes. When you're charged, you should be terminated.
Even before your conviction?
Yes. When you are.
But our laws state clearly that you're innocent until proven guilty.
Yes, but also the same HR law says you should be stopped until you're done. Now, if you go ahead and jailed for 6 months, then you are what do I say? I'm saying not really terminated, but you should be
interdicted.
Interdicted, yes. The one is interdicted. Until now, you clear
the process.
So, who has been paying? The chief of staff. So today in the Senate, the governor will be saying it wasn't me, it was the chief of staff who was paying this guy while he is remand, while he's in charge of murder. And we will be asking the governor now, but we told you, but we help you. We give you a report of the assembly to dismiss this guy.
The chief of staff.
So you keep them there so that now you can be committing illegalities through them. So now when we ask you for accountability, you say,
but does the chief of staff have the mandate or the powers to actually authorize somebody's payment?
Yeah, you see, the guy is a communication officer in the office of the governor, and the immediate supervisor is the chief of staff.
Yes.
Yeah.
But again, let me ask the question. The fact that somebody reports to you, if you're head of a department, do you have the authority to determine whether that person gets paid or not?
You see, as a supervisor and accounting officer for that department, you are the supervisor, direct supervisor of that person. So there's an HR. So what you do as the supervisor of that person, you report to the HR and with recommendations, because you are the supervisor. That's what happens.
So you report that this person has not been in the office.
He has not been in the office and all that.
And he did not report.
And did not report.
So
let's take a break. Okay. Let's take a break. It's 22 minutes to 8. Jim Mushui is majority whip in the Meru County Assembly. He's the MCA for Adwana Ward. He's here telling us why, once again, the County Assembly has impeached Governor Kawira Mwangaza.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
What? My head is aching, shoulders paining, and it's like I'm adding weight very fast.
Now, by the way, see, I thought you are...
Hey, baba boy, gas imeisha, shopping imeisha, now jua tokens bado zinalia.
Msupa, nipe mbao na 20 minutes.
Mbao, like 20 bob. 20 minutes, kwani kuna nini? Na ujue mimi nataka kupika haki.
Jaber, kwani ujui dakika mamilini every 20 minutes, halafu wanapea na 10 million every 20 minutes. Na hadi kuna 3 millionaires every hour.
Taka mamili virahisi. Uko na nafasi 3 ya kuwa millionaire kila hour. Usipitwe. Cheza daka. Ushike mita yako sasa. Chagua nambari zako 4 za bahati and win up to 10 million every 20 minutes. Nenda kwenye paybill 440440. Account Spice amount. Cheza na shilingi 20 hadi shilingi 2,000 na ushinde mamilioni. Daka mita kuwa bingwa.
Good news. Good news for the soccer lovers across Kenya. Very soon your lifestyle will never be the same. Crazy, crazy memories of the lively football matches.
It's happening every week.
Introducing the new season of the English Premier League football matches.
Another gem of a goal!
Starting on the 16th of August 2024, exclusively on SpiceFM. Catch the upscaled, heart-throbbing season's football commentaries from the ever-zealous soccer commentators and presenters. EPL, Soka Katambe. Only on SpiceFM.
The weather with Spice FM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning at 17. It's 12 and partly sunny in Nakuru and 12 and cloudy in Nyeri. 15 and cloudy conditions in Eldoret, while Mombasa is sunny at 23 and Malindi at 25 is sunny. It's 20 and partly sunny in Kisumu with 18 and partly sunny conditions in Kakamega. Kampala is sunny at 19 with Dar es Salaam partly sunny at 24. It's 12 and partly sunny in Johannesburg with sunny conditions at 26 in Mogadishu. 13 and cloudy in Addis Ababa, while Lagos is cloudy at 25 and it's clear at 21 in Kinshasa.
Spice FM, Malindi.
All right, coming into the city off of Uhuru Highway, today's pretty busy, and we're seeing some traffic then clogged on Aerodrome as you touch on Uhuru Highway. Everybody's coming in through from Mombasa Road out towards Capital Centre and then on towards Nyeri Stadium Roundabout Junction. There's traffic. There's also traffic coming off of Waiyaki Way, busy getting towards museums and then on to Uhuru Highway as well. The Thika Super Highway is very heavy from the Allsops Junction through towards the junction towards Murang'a and Wangari Maathai Way. That's busy. Kiambu Road also starting to pack up. We're getting into traffic hour. Let's see what happens this Monday. Keep your wits about and let's keep things moving. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
18 minutes to 8. Our conversation continues with Jim Mushui, the majority whip in the Meru County Assembly. Impeachment of Governor Kawira Mwangaza. It has happened already again in the County Assembly of Meru. It's now before the Senate, and the Senate begins that process today. And the MCA was explaining to us the issues that have led them to this point once again. And you say you'd extended a lot of goodwill to the governor, even after the last time that you came to the Senate. You decided to extend goodwill. And you're saying that you did not receive the goodwill coming back from the governor's office. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, okay.
So your goodwill was not reciprocated?
Okay, since the last impeachment, we have not really had a lot of contact. I think the first attempt to bring us together was done by Churin Cheke. The Churin Cheke moved and went to see the deputy president. Then they went to the president, and the president told them to go and see how they can unite Meru. So they called us, the leadership of the assembly. They called the governor. And for us, we had issues that really administrative issues that we wanted addressed. So we asked her also for issues that she would have wanted us to address. We gave her, ours were written. And out of those 14 issues, she ran all of them, rubbished them in the meeting. We asked her, okay, what would you like us to do for you? She told us he would give us by the following Wednesday. It never came back. So I think that was the only effort that was there, and we parted ways. But the issues in Meru are not really issues about, because also people are looking at it from the angle of maybe peace, whatever. You see, peace is not a cure for incompetency. It cannot be. And I'm telling you, Eric, and the Kenyans listening to us, the last person who would want a crisis in a county is MCA. Because even if there is a crisis between an MP and the president, or there's a misunderstanding, an MP has a CDF to align to. When there's a difference between the MCA and the governor controls the county kitty. Like I was like a 12 billion. The MCA does have really any fund that they can oversight, so that they can claim maybe
direct credit.
The direct credit from it. Yeah. So the least person who would want a crisis
is an MCA.
It's an MCA because it injures the MCA most. But now if you see we have gotten to that point. I think we got to a point where we know I'm 33. In 40 years I will be asking questions, maybe my child also. When you are the county, this and this and this happened. So for us, it's not really about what Senate says or what happens there. It's about my conscience, clearing my hand and doing what I must do when duty calls. So the issues we have in Meru, and I was about to say about the issue of the blogger sniper. You know, the people charged in court are three. There is the Christmas Manyara, who is a communications officer, who is being paid up to today. There is Supu. There's a guy called Supu Meoro, who is the key suspect actually, who called the sniper and who is sent to have called the sniper and lured them to go there. This guy has been working by the TV. Actually, in our CV, which is in our documents, she says that she has been a reporter at Vaita TV, which belongs to the governor. And also we have documents that the governor funded her for appointment in her office to the Public Service Board. And the Public Service Board actually appointed her. But later they investigated and found that the certificates were fake. So they revoked the appointment. The third person is the blood brother.
Who's?
To the governor. Who is the blood brother to the governor, who also happened to be her bodyguard. The other people were arrested and released after investigations. Were deputy director communications in her office. They were all people.
But these three have been charged.
Those are charged for money.
And they've taken a plea.
They have taken a plea. The three.
Okay.
Now, we started now trying to pressure the government, to put pressure on the government, so that now we can have a justice for that guy, because he really used to criticize the governor. Then the governor goes out and calls our media, for our media press, and says, those people moving around with the body of sniper have collected 86 million through a PIN bill number. And that those people have pocketed that money. So the wife to sniper should be bought Prado. They should give her around 60 million. They should pay for insurance need for their children and all that. They have collected 60 million. This is a public office, a county governor who should unite the county. And then goes ahead to say, even the wife has gone to stay with an MCA. Remember, this lady, the husband has died in very unique circumstances, in very, very unclear circumstances. And now you are accusing this lady
of moving on.
With an MCA.
With an MCA.
And you're the governor. You see that kind of level of insensitivity. That's gross misconduct for a that's, you see, now that lady is actually unable to bury her husband, because now the people in the village started victimizing her.
So this is one of the grounds that you used to impeach her?
Gross misconduct, yes.
And you said this is gross misconduct, yes, because she said that somebody has collected 86 million shillings.
Yeah.
You know for a fact that nobody has collected 86 million shillings.
You see, I wish I came with that document.
For a fact that she said this.
We have videos.
So she said this at a press conference.
You will see them today.
But you know for a fact that this what she said was false.
Yes, it is. Because let me tell you, she's saying they have collected. It is in the clip. You'll see it today. They have collected 86 million through a PIN bill number. The PIN bill number was registered through the wife to sniper. It collected 227,000. And we have statements in the motion.
From this particular number?
From that particular
this
number.
Particular page.
Yes. So the wife has even messages. She was to bury the husband on 8th. And people was asking, how do we come and help you bury a wife when you have moved on? Before even you bury your wife.
Your husband.
Your husband, sorry. Number 2, you have 86 million. The governor told us that you have 86 million. So you can be able to and also insecurity. There are a lot of things that
cause the anguish.
Yeah, a lot of anguish. So Eric, there are so many things we can talk about Meru, and one of the reasons, the public service board has been very independent. We believe one of the motive why, you see now, like I told you, the issue of Sopo, the Eric Morethi, who was appointed and it was revoked by the public service board. The governor was not very happy with it. That's now you can see going out of her mandate to write a letter revoking the appointment of the CEO, which she doesn't have powers to do. So what happens in the process? The CEO goes to court, county lawyers go to defend the case. We incur legal fees. At the end of the day, we have something else there also about the legal issue. The government illegally dismissed the CEOs for alcoholic board. And then it was in the previous impeachment motion, but this time round, that time the case was in court. So they were awarded the costs 4 million. So as a county, we are paying 4 million because of the actions. So and as a governor, with controlling all that kind of thing, you must know that there's a problem, Eric. If you are unable to really you can't convince 24 MCAs on your side out of 69. It's a problem. It's beyond. And when we are told you're fighting a woman, I think that's what out there. You're fighting Kawira because she is a woman. And even if you look at her response to the Senate, she has not even responded to the issues. The whole of the affidavit is that I'm being fought because I'm a woman. I defeated men. The men have ganged up. They want to throw me out of the office. But now, when we ask you, why have you not appointed board chairs for all that long? How has the board been spending? How have they been recruiting? You tell us you are a woman.
So the last time, 2 times that you went to the Senate, the senators said the issues that have been raised here, very many of them are administrative issues, right?
Yes.
And they appear to be matters that should be resolved. Yes, it's the role of the county assembly to oversight the executive, but also the executive has a duty to, abide by the law. But some of these things are they sound always like basic administrative issues, matters that come to the governor's desk as the head of the executive, making sure that things are run smoothly. But when things are not done smoothly, there are officers who are supposed to have handled that. It sounds like it's a repeat of the same. How have you prepared to go to the Senate this time and make the senators see that when we say these things, it's not just administrative issues, there's a cost and an implication to it? Because what I hear you saying is that, the fact that you don't have a revenue board chair for an entire year affects how the revenue board collects on-source revenue. When you don't have, boards for these sagas, it means that service delivery is impacted. Do you have actually tangible information that you are going to take to the Senate to show the people of Meru have been disadvantaged because of this lack of action or these actions?
What many people doesn't understand is that you can only impeach a governor constitutionally on 4 grounds: abuse of office, gross misconduct. The others two that I don't remember. The other one is insane. If the governor is insane, then she can be forced to leave office. Mental health, yes. And there's another one. Therefore, now in the Senate, you can only hear these 4 being mentioned. The others are specific changes. So you can always tie your changes around the 4.
To the 4.
Around the 4 and prove the 4. So when people hear you accuse governor of abuse of office, many doesn't know that these are the only 4 areas that you can. They think now you have brought now the issue again. They are expecting maybe a 5th or 6th one. So this time around, what changes is the specific changes, and the specific changes are there's no single one which is repeated. I think the only one that closely relates is not repeated. The other one was on illegal appointment on its specific, on its intrinsic value. But what we are complaining of is the fee that we were slapped with in court.
The legal fees.
Yes. Now you're asking us about the cost implication. According to the to the statistics, Meru County has a potential of collecting 3.2 billion
a year.
Yes. In own source revenue.
Has it done that in previous governmental gubernatorial administrations?
No, it has not, but that's the potential. According to KNBS, 3.2 billion. Our potential is bigger than Murang'a. Murang'a has collected 1 billion. Meru County, last year, we collected 385 million. The 2022-2023. 2023-2024, we have collected 380 million. We have gone down by 5. As an assembly, towards the last year, the last financial year, we purchased a new revenue collecting system and it's trying to automate everything. And the executive promised us that if you approve this money, and the target was 650 million, we will collect 650 million. It went down to 380 million, even with a new system, which we bought at around 80 million. Then, this is a board. You see, and let me tell you, Eric, counties are struggling. Right now, I'm with the budget committee in the assembly, and we have been in the budget process. You know how much is going to development without conditional grants? 14%.
Is what's going to development?
To around 1.5 or so billion. That is what is going to development. The other money goes to recurrent.
It should not be less than 30%.
It should not be less than that, but what they do, they go and they lump it up with the conditional grants.
Right.
And you realize that some of the conditional grants are not really transformative, because some of them will come in terms of maybe fingerlings. What do we call the
fingerlings?
The fingerlings.
The small fish seed.
The small fish seed. You will be given small. The fingerlings worth
100 million.
Not 100. 200 or 500 million.
500 million.
Yes, conditional grants. You will be given money to go around check Timbi or whatever, worthy, maybe 500 million. So what does the executive do? They allocate a lot of money in the recurrent, then they use this money, they call it development. Then that's why you realize there is minimal development. So what we have done, right now as we speak, Eric, in Meru, for 1 month, the hospitals are not operational.
For a month.
Sorry.
What does that mean?
Yes. When you say they're not operational, what do you mean exactly?
The doctors are on strike. The workers are on strike in Meru.
But if they were not on strike, would the hospital be functional? Would it have commodities? Would it have what it needs to actually run as a hospital?
I was sent in there.
Okay.
On that first bay, in a dispensary called Kigucho Health Center, actually, which has a maternity, which is allocated to the workers. It's a maternity. A lady delivered between 6 and 8 at the gate of the hospital.
6 a.m.
in the morning. It's one of the clips you'll be seeing them there. And the lady actually was the child was placed in a plastic karai. You will be seeing it in the videos today.
Why at the gate?
Why?
Because the service delivery in Meru is totally broken down. No supervision. People don't go to work. Everything is broken down. Eric.
Hey.
And an healthy worker is supposed to be in hospital throughout the night. They are not there. A lady who has labor pains comes at maybe 5. They were saying she came around 5. The residents. They were protesting. Actually, there was a demonstration. The lady is staying there. She was helped by the village women there, and you will see the lady was placed. The child was placed in a plastic karai, in a plastic basin, and there's no even watchman to even open the gate. And then watchman came and told them, "Oh no, the people who come to deliver here in the bush here are prostitutes." You will see him there. It's on record. So let me ask you, up to date, That's a woman. Our governor is a woman. That lady, the governor, has never commented
on this particular
on that issue. Has never reprimanded anyone. No one has ever been summoned because of that. We just went as usual. Because if I were the governor, I would actually apologize to that Linda and resign.
Well,
it's pathetic in Meru.
Jim, we will be seeing the case that you present before the Senate. We'll be watching, and hopefully maybe towards the end of this, we'll invite you back. So we can then look at what has been said and what the Senate has said. Jim Mushui is the MCA for Adwana Ward in Meru County. He is the majority whip in that county assembly. Keep it here for more 8 a.m.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto has assured that no student will miss out on scholarships under the new funding model. The president said the model cushions learners from vulnerable families who will get 95% scholarships. Speaking during the University of Eastern Africa Baraton's 42nd graduation ceremony in Nandi County, Ruto said the government had increased the scholarships from 80% to 95%. He said his administration had made a deliberate decision to support children from vulnerable families whom he said deserve affirmative action.
We need a funding model that is not focused on the university, but focused on the student. A funding model that will not leave any child in Kenya behind. A funding model that recognizes that there are children from vulnerable families. We are increasing scholarship and loan for students from vulnerable families from 80% to 95%. I am persuaded that it is the right thing to do.
Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua said that the government will track and capture hyenas that have been prowling Juja State, Kiambu County, mauling people and causing anxiety. Gachagua said the government will dispatch a team of security personnel to the area to drive out the wild animals and address the menace following cases of increased attacks. He, however, blamed the increased hyena attacks in Juja on abandoned quarries, which could be providing hiding places for the hyenas to hide before launching attacks on the residents. Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has said the Global South was witnessing unprecedented slow credit growth, persistent negative impacts of climate change, terrorism to address the calamitous needs of developing countries. Mudavadi noted that the roll-over effect of the rising geopolitical tensions as well as supply chain disruptions, growing inflation, debt cost and default risks he observed had denied poor countries an opportunity to flourish. Speaking in a virtual meeting with foreign ministers, the Global South during the third Voice of the Global South Summit chaired by Dr. Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs, Mudavadi noted that the globe faces growing inflation, debt cost and default risks. Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja has announced the launch of 7 additional kitchens next week, marking a significant expansion of the county's school feeding program. This initiative, aimed at providing nutritious meals to students across the city, will bring the total number of operation kitchens to 17. The new kitchens are expected to serve over 310,000 students when schools reopen, significantly bolstering the county's efforts to ensure no child in Nairobi goes to school hungry. This expansion reflects Governor Sakaja's commitment to improving the welfare of Nairobi students and addressing food insecurity. Now, the Kenya National Union of Teachers Busia branch has directed its members to boycott work from August 26th when schools reopen for the third term, saying the government has refused to implement their demands. NATA Busia branch Secretary General Patrick Mulamba says they have agreed to suspend academic activities so that the government addresses their demands, including salary review, promotion and employment of junior secondary teachers on a permanent and pensionable term.
Solidarity forever. Come 26th, teachers will withdraw their labor service. Learners and parents are advised not to be in school at all since there will be no services. As teachers, we have grievances that must be addressed before we resume duty. The CBA 2021-2024 has not been honored. The JSS teachers, 46,000 in number, were promised that they will be translated from internship to permanent and pensionable status. It is disappointing that that agreement has not been honored. That after the Teacher Service Commission deducting loans from the teachers, the loans are not remitted to the banks.
Mulamba's statement has been supported by women representative of NAT in Mathias, Elizabeth Odhiambo, and the representative of the disabled Juma Water, who say that TSC's failure to fulfill their pledge has caused anxiety among teachers.
We want to remind and call upon all teachers in the Republic to stand firm, not to go to school when it comes 26, so that we give time the employer to implement what is supposed to implement on our pay slips, that is the pay increment, so that we can work and serve this nation as teachers.
Teachers are really suffering because, one, their deductions have been made, none of the remittance have been made to.
This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. Yeah. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, a few minutes after 7 o'clock, what's happening on the streets this morning? We are at 8 o'clock and we are in traffic hour. The traffic is not spilling as much as, usually would. Aerodrome Road is packed as you get towards Uhuru Highway. That looks like it's going to be quite something for most parts of the morning. Uhuru Highway at the junction is actually looking pretty busy. Coming in from Bunyala Road, touching on Haile Selassie, and then out into the CBD this morning, that'll be pretty busy. It's also quite busy on Landis Road, spilling towards Haile Selassie itself, and also on the side of Ngong Road, that's pretty busy. And we are in traffic hour, so to be expected. Look at Juja Road, Ring Road, Ngara, and then going towards Pangani. Very, very busy traffic. It's spilling over towards Muranga Road, and that's going to be quite something for some time. Limuru Road, or rather Wangari Maathai, then getting over towards museums. Also extremely busy. The Thika Superhighway as you come in from the Allsops Junction through towards Survey. There's traffic touching in from Kiambu Road, going round Muthaiga Square. So it's all looking pretty busy, like a beehive this morning. Hopefully we get some honey. Let's see what happens as we go through it. We'll talk Spice FM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's 10 after 8. Thank you very much for choosing this as a way to start your day, 19th of August 2024. Welcome to The Situation Room. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. This is also the place that will tell you if you'd like to study abroad and you want to know where. the best colleges and universities to attend to in abroad, and also how to apply, how to even get student visas in abroad, how to get accommodation sorted out in the abroad that you go to. There's only one place to go to.
In the overseas. So what you do is that you need to attend in Nairobi the Cradle Study Abroad World Fair, okay? It's coming up, and most top international universities will be in attendance. Apply on the spot and secure partial scholarships, get your student visa and accommodation assistance all in one place. Now you can get all this information that you possibly be looking for if you attend the fair, right? You want to go overseas for this education, you want to be able to secure scholarships, you want to apply for your visa, you want to find out about accommodation, what should you do, which are the best schools to go for, they will all be there. Attend the fair. The Cradle World Fair is on the 31st of August. Prepare for it. It is from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the Gallant Mall in Parklands. It's an invite-only event. What does that mean? It means that you need to register today and then get your invitation. And make sure you register by visiting www.cradle, that's CRAYDEL.com, or call 0799 000 444, and you're well on your way towards that education.
Very, very good. Very, very good. On X, you'll find us on at SpiceFM. KE. What's yours? At Nduoko. With an H at the end.
Okoh has an H.
OKOH. Okay. At City Muga. At Eric Latiff. Our next guest is here, and he's also found on X at Morara Kebaso Senior. SNR. Senior, right? Morara Kebaso Senior. And he says there that he is a dangerously intelligent lawyer, a bishop of merciless peace, and chief registrar of broken promises.
Where?
Morara Kebaso. Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you so much.
Right? So we'll give you a couple of moments to introduce yourself very well. But before that, City will welcome you with the day's proverb. And every week, City goes to one African country, brings us proverbs, and then gives us a proverb a day. Your job is to listen to the proverb and give us your own interpretation of it. Sasawa?
Okay.
Ni sasawa?
Sawa.
Yeah. City, where are we this week?
We are in the Republic of Chad. We are still in the landlocked countries of Africa. Chad is actually caught somewhere very interesting. It's a crossroads between North and Central Africa, which according to Ndu means it's in West Africa. An interesting country. It is the 5th largest country on the continent. Globe, Earth, planet, 20th largest by area. And I said in the first hour, Kenyans will ask, okay, about Chad, they are 5th. What about us? Us, we're 23rd.
23rd smallest or largest?
23rd country in terms of size in Africa.
Okay.
Yes. If you talk about size, Seychelles is the smallest. It's number 54, just so that you understand. But as we're number 23. Very good.
Okay.
Now the proverb. The more feathers a chicken has, the bigger it looks. And the nearer it approaches the grave.
The more feathers a chicken has, the bigger it looks, and the nearer it approaches the grave.
The more the feathers a chicken has. Yeah, just come back again. The more a chicken has.
The more feathers a chicken has, the bigger it looks. And the nearer it approaches the grave.
Well, that would mean that the older it gets, the more feathers it has, because if it's approaching the grave, it's getting older. And if it's getting older, no. I've thought about it again. It means when the owner of the chicken is looking for the fattest to slaughter, he's going to look for the one with the one that looks bigger. And the one that looks bigger is the one that has the most amount of feathers. But in reality, those feathers are not meat. When you actually remove the feathers, you realize that the chicken is actually now very small. So you may be attracted to slaughter this chicken for your guests, but you realize that most of what you are seeing were feathers and not meat. Am I right?
Oh, you're absolutely right. The thing about these proverbs is you are never wrong. That's why Eric asked you specifically, tell us your interpretation. That is your interpretation. Now we've learned something that we ourselves probably hadn't thought of. Yes.
It's a good one.
It's a very good interpretation.
It's a very, very good one, Morara. Very, very good one. You've been a very busy man.
Yes.
On X, we see you standing on top of four-wheel drive vehicles.
Yes.
And speaking.
Yes.
As if you're the president.
Yes.
What's the latest place you visited?
Yesterday I was in Kisumu County, Kabondo Kanyagwal Ward.
Kabondo Kanyagwal?
Yes.
Watu wa Kabondo Kanyagwal wako salama?
Wako salama. Mimi nimewaletea salamu kutoka kwa watu wa Kisumu. Nataka sasa tuweke tena mpango. In another 1 month tutakuwa tumeweka ile Fisheries Institute ambayo tulipanga ya 2.5 billion pale Kabondo Kanyagwal.
Ulifika mpaka bahari? Ama ulikaribia tu?
I neared the lake.
Yes, because Kanyagwal is very near.
Yes.
You know, 1 month is just next month, September. I'm just saying, just in case you're not.
What took you there?
What took me there is I went to see a project that was launched by His Excellency the President. That project is called the Kabondo Kanyagwal Fisheries and Aquaculture Research Center. And it was supposed to be funded by the Exim Bank of Hungary to a tune of 2.5 billion. And I went to see whether the project is there. Since it was launched, I wanted to see whether there is some works that has begun, whether contractors are on site, and whether we have hope of having the Kabondo Kanyagwal Fisheries and Aquaculture Research Institute. Unfortunately, I found children playing and nothing but the plaque which the president used to launch the institute, which was looking like an abandoned grave.
So the plaque is there?
It's there.
Is there a fence?
No, there is no fence.
There's no fence?
There's no fence.
Is there any structure at all?
There is no structure at all.
I'm actually looking at the video, and so there are children playing what would be volleyball, whatever, in the field.
Yes.
It's actually an open field.
Yes.
And there's nothing else happening there. There's actually there was a plaque or something. There's a sign, but it's an open field, literally.
Yes.
So when was the president there?
The president was there on the 6th of October 2023.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And what did he do on the day? He unveiled, he laid the foundation, so it's called groundbreaking. Yes. Was it groundbreaking? Was it launch? What was it?
The president on his X page, this is what he wrote. During, he posted pictures, then said, during the launch of the Kabonyo Fisheries Aquaculture Service and Training Center of Excellence, a project that will produce over 10 million fingerlings annually.
There's a fingerling city.
Seed. Fish seed.
Fish seed.
Okay. So this is one area that you went to yesterday.
Yes.
Where else have you been to?
Yesterday alone, I toured 3 counties. I was in Kisumu County. Before Kisumu County, I was in Nandi County. I went to see the Deputy County Commissioner's office, which was being built in Chesumei. Then before that, I was in Uasin Gishu County, next to the airport. I was looking at Kipkaren Water Treatment Project. Yes.
Ulipata nini huko? Tupeleke Kipkaren kwanza.
Wacha niwapeleke Kipkaren. So Kipkaren was a project that was being funded by the Africa Development Bank. Right? The value of the project for Kipkaren was 1.185 billion, but it was in US dollars. So I'm assuming that by now that value could be higher. So it was about 7 years ago. The purpose of this project was to provide up to 23 million liters per day of water into Eldoret. As you can see, Eldoret has been now upgraded into a city. But there is still a big problem of water, especially in areas of Langas, Racecourse Ward, Pioneer Estate, Kapsoya, where we have water rationing because the water that is coming in from the Kapsoya water project is not able to serve all the residents of Eldoret. So this project was conceptualized in 7 years ago. That's when the tender was awarded to a contractor called Mashiri. Now, I went there to see whether we have water flowing. And to my utter surprise, I found that yes, there are some semblance of structures. There are some pipes on the ground, but the project has completely stalled. And to make matters worse, this contractor has already been paid 767 million.
Okay, that was going to be my next question, in terms of whether we know actually that funds have been released to the contractor to be able to do certain things. And from what you're saying, money was released, 700 and what?
767 million.
767 million. So one would assume that with 767 million, at the very least, there would be, something working, even if it was not onto completion.
Yes, out of 1.185 billion,
More than
700
half.
is 70%.
Great.
Yes.
Okay.
How do we know it has been paid?
You just read the Auditor General's report.
What does the Auditor General say about this particular project? Again, just for purposes of people who may have missed it. What project are we talking about?
We are talking about the Kipkaren water treatment piping project.
Okay.
Yeah, water treatment and piping projects.
When was it launched?
The launch date, I was unable to find it, but I found a site visit by the governor of Uasin Gishu, which dates back 7 years ago.
Okay.
Yes.
Hi. Auditor General?
Yes. This project was being done by the Lake Basin, what we call Lake Victoria North Water Services, but it was taken up by the Rift Valley Water Services. So they are the ones implementing the project, but under Lake Victoria North. So the people are being audited is Lake Victoria North.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so according to the Auditor General's report for Lake Victoria North,
yes,
767 million shillings has already been spent by government or handed over to the contractor.
It has already been paid to the contractor.
Okay.
Another interesting twist to that project is that contractor has already been fired.
By whom?
By the PS, the then PS for water. I think that was about a year ago. They fired this contractor for lateness to deliver the project.
Okay.
But the contractor has already been paid 767 million. So now we are in this situation where 7 years down the line, we don't have a project, we don't have a contractor, and we also don't have our money.
700 million. What does the Auditor General say? What are the questions that the Auditor General raises in the report? So they basically point out that this money has already been paid out towards the project.
Yes.
It has already been spent.
Yes.
On the project.
Yes.
And when you go there's actually no treatment and piping project.
There's nothing
on the ground.
Well, as I told you earlier, there is a semblance of
structures.
There's some structures, but these structures cannot be said to constitute what we can call a water project that is functional or that is near functioning. Yes,
I know you'll get some of those details and even more because I'd like to get deeper into what you've been doing. But let's just take a step back now. Morara Kebaso, people start seeing you on X. People start sending you messages and telling you do this and the other. Even some of them sending you money and support, because the topic for today is the crowdfunding and the crowdsourcing of civic engagement that's happening. When did you begin this? What you're doing now?
I started this about 2 months ago when we had the clamor by the Gen Z for change in our country. Before then, I was just a quiet business person going about my business. I run a business called Morara Home Furniture, where I employ over 75 Kenyans. So I was quite busy with my own stuff. But when the higher calling came that our country is in need of men of valor and integrity that shall assist in planting the seed of change and watering it in our country, I took it up. But you see, in this whole change movement, you do what you do best. If you're a musician, you sing songs of change. If you are a poet, you'll create poems. For me, I'm multi-talented, and since I'm a lawyer, I'm able to look keenly into documents and find the ghost that is missing. So I started by reading various audit reports, reading the debt reports from the Treasury, trying to find out how much Kenya has borrowed, for which project, what was it supposed to do. And yes, along the way I found my purpose. My purpose was going to be civic education, because I realized that our clamor for change we were losing it because we didn't have everybody on board. There is 70% of the country that is politically illiterate. They basically don't have an idea of what is going on. And politicians have understood that, and they have understood that language, and now they go to those people and lie to them. This is time now that we need to reveal to those people and to educate them that this is what is happening, this is how our country is being governed, this is the constitution, this is what it says, this is what we can do about this. Yes.
Were you wearing counter suits before this?
I had just one counter suit which I had only worn for one day. In my whole life, I had only worn a counter suit for one day, and it was because it was a friend's wedding. And actually, I decided to wear that particular counter suit to this interview.
This is the one.
This is the one. Initially, this counter suit was actually long-sleeved, but when I realized that President Ruto's counter suits are short-sleeved, I cut it down. I didn't know that I can imitate him until I tried. Yeah. So when I tried, I realized, actually, I can actually speak like him. So why not use his tools against him? He has provided the ammunition. Yeah.
Okay. So you've gone through a number. I mean, if we can just go to, and of course, where you're putting a lot of this information out is on X. And I just want to go through some of the things that you've mentioned, because I mean, it's quite a lot. And unfortunately, it is quite damning. When we look at, for example, if I just go in order for some of the things that you have mentioned here, we've talked about this Kabonyo Fisheries and Aquaculture project. We looked at that one. Then you go on to the Cape Karen water, again, that we've mentioned. Then you talk about a hotel where folks are watching you. You also then go on to Abagusi. This is the Metemba Merani Kegogi Nyaore Road, launched in 2016 by former President Uhuru Kenyatta, launched again when President Ruto came to Kisii. The leaders should stop playing with our minds, you say. The road was launched, but unfortunately, there's not much of a road there, right? You went on to talk about the Mago Mululu Road that passes outside the home of Musalia Mudavadi, which for all intents and purposes is not a road. No. You also you went on talking about the Malava Water Supply Project that was launched over the weekend, or maybe on Friday actually, but unfortunately, there's not much going on here either. So, I mean, it goes on and on and on. So many projects. And one wonders, how is it possible that there has been launches of so many projects, whether it is a stadium, which doesn't exist, whether it is an agriculture project, roads all over the place. Money has been spent, promises have been made, and nothing is happening. How is that possible that so many of them are halfway, or not even halfway, but money has been used? How?
As a registrar of broken promises, I would say that there is bad manners in governance in Kenya, where people promise things that they do not intend to deliver, and also where people lie to the electorate and there is no consequence for lying to the electorate. I'm very disappointed with the lack of ethics and lack of integrity in our governance. I believe we should do something about it. We are still in a state of self-discovery in terms of what we should do about all this. But yes, as you've correctly pointed out, there are so many projects. I've over 120 projects that I need to go to. There is the stadium in Wote. There is the stadium in Isiolo.
Wote Stadium is complete.
Yeah,
yeah. Eric has even seen it.
The reason I need to go to Wote Stadium.
Eric even took pictures.
Yeah, I even need to go to the Nuno Modogashe Road. The Nuno Modogashe Road is in Garissa. This is a road where a contractor was paid more than 80 million shillings because his payment was late. That is interest. That's an interest for late payment. Tulikuchelewesha, shika hii. Then the contractor was added 525 million that cannot be supported by documentation. It's not a variation of project. It's not an increase in the bill of quantities. It is just an increase of 525 million, period, nothing. No other words to explain it. It cannot be explained. I need to get there and understand hii 525 million. Ilikuwa ni ya kutoa. Unajua, there is a time you send somebody 1,000 bob na 30 bob ya kutoa. So maybe it was withdrawal of fees.
You also talk about the Ministry of Energy spending 1.4 million shillings on an interview to recruit a project accountant and still did not hire anyone or of the candidates.
Why are we even spending, why are we even spending 1.4 million on an interview? There are permanent employees in the ministry. There's a head of HR, there's a deputy. The people are supposed to interview are there. And the officers are there.
We even have a public service.
The boardroom is there. The Public Service Commission is there. So what was the expenditure of 1.4 million for? I would assume probably they hired a hotel and conference facilities, and still they ended up not getting an accountant.
We can't do much. Can I just do one more? Because I know you want to go. This is very interesting as well. You've also gone to Mercy Nyeri Primary School, and you actually found a goalpost upon which 1 million shillings was spent.
Yeah, so that is the situation in our country.
And this was an interesting one, because what prompted you to this was another post by other Kenyans who were actually auditing, looking at the budgets for Nakuru County. And there were these two ladies who, one was looking at the budget for Elbagon and the other one for was it Menengai West, and each of them just coming out to say, so this is what we see. And one says, actually this school, according to the budget for Nakuru County government, the allocation for goalposts in this particular school, what's called Mercy
Nyeri Primary School,
1 million bob.
Yes.
Goalposts.
Exactly. Yeah. It's 2 wooden posts, actually.
And they write there.
Actually, I was very lucky when they posted that. I was around the area. I was in Nyandarua. I had gone to see a certain road in Nyandarua, which has been actually also launched twice. So that road begins from Captain, goes to Ndunyonjeru. It's part of Mau Mau Lot 4. So I'd gone to see that road, and the citizens there are really suffering. In fact, I interviewed some of them about that road. He has launched it twice. The same person, no different people. Yeah, the President, Dr. William Ruto, has launched the road twice.
Over what period of time?
Are there 2 different plaques?
Yeah, there are 2 different plaques for that road.
Same road.
For the same road.
Is it in phases? You know, maybe you can go and launch phase 1.
First 15 kilometers.
Yeah, and then you come and
No.
Inauguration 15 kilometers.
Yeah.
In both of those occasions, let me read for you the road so that you know it. It's called the Captain Demi Wanjohi Kwamatu Geta Kahuruko Ndunyunjeru access to Muiri Primary and Karima Girls Road. This, he is launching it now. This is the 6th of April 2023. That is last year. If you go backwards, you'll find him again on the 26th of November 2018, launching a road called Captain Demi Wanjohi Kwamatu Geta Kahuruko Ndunyunjeru Karima Girls Road.
You find, do you have photos?
Yes, I have a photo.
And these were posted on the William Ruto.
This is page. William Ruto's official X page.
Okay. And the second time he went, was it launching from a different place?
He's actually opening.
Now the first plaque, I can't find it.
Here to Wote Ndu. You can launch the road from this side. Then you go and launch it from there.
Go to Wote and launch to Nairobi.
It's okay.
Yeah, when it's completing now.
Nairobi, Wote, then Wote to...
It's okay. So since you want to launch the road 2 times or 3 times, why not do it then? because nothing has been done. It's okay. So you can launch it.
Are you saying not from Captain all the way to Ndonyonjero, there's been no tarmac?
There's no tarmac at all. In fact, it's one of the worst roads in Kenya. Out of the roads I've traveled to, that is the worst. That road is really bad.
What are the residents saying? Was the contractor on site at all?
The contractor was not on site.
Do you know who the contractor was?
No, I may have to find that information.
It's in one of those boards in your X. Actually, you read it there.
Lord.
Let's take a break. 25 minutes to 9. We are hosting Morara Kibaso. He's a civic educator. He's the man who's decided, all right, so one of the things that I'm going to do to contribute to civic awareness is just elevate the level of accountability. And accountability by checking on Vituko ground and coming back and seeing what do official documents and statements say. So he's here. He's not come on top of his knee. Sanda za kwa break no tupatie ongelesha watu ya SpiceFM.
Watu wa Spice, hamjambo tena. Mimi sasa nataka niwaeleze na nataka mnisikize vizuri. Tulikuwa tumeweka mpango ya hii SpiceFM 5 billion Kenya shillings, lakini sasa nimepata contractor ni mkora. Sasa nitatoa huyo contractor, nitaleta contractor ingine. In another 1 month hapa SpiceFM kutakuwa na deni ya wafanyikazi wote bila interest, waweze kukopa ili waanzishe station yao ili waweze kujiendeleza.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
What? My head is aching, shoulders paining, and it's like I'm adding weight very fast.
Now, by the way, see, I thought you are... Nilifikiri umefanya ile kitu.
No, I know what you are thinking. I'm not pregnant. Not now.
Na kwani you haven't heard about Aga Khan Hospital? They have a wellness program.
Aga Khan University Hospital has made medical checkups more available through their subsidized wellness package at 9,950 for a comprehensive medical checkup. Don't wait for a health scare. Do your health check at the Aga Khan University Hospital clinics in your neighborhood today. Get your vitals checked today. Call 0111 011 888 for more information.
Hey, baba boy, gas imeisha, shopping imeisha, na ujue tokens bado zinalia.
Msupa, nipe mbao na 20 minutes.
Mbao, like 20 bob.
Hey.
20 minutes, kwani kuna nini? Na ujue mimi nataka kupika haki.
Jaber, kwani ujui dakika mamilini every 20 minutes, halafu wanapea na 10 million every 20 minutes, na hadi kuna 3 millionaires every hour.
Daka mamili virahisi. Uko na nafasi 3 ya kuwa millionaire kila hour. Usipitwe. Cheza Daka. Ushike mita yako sasa. Chagua nambari zako 4 za bahati and win up to 10 million every 20 minutes. Nenda kwenye paybill 440440. Account Spice amount. Cheza na shilingi 20 hadi shilingi 2,000 na ushinde mamilioni. Daka mita. Kuwa bingwa.
Good news for the soccer lovers across Kenya. Very soon your lifestyle will never be the same. Crazy memories of the lively football matches.
Happening every week.
Introducing the new season of the English Premier League football matches.
Another gem of a goal.
Starting on the 16th of August 2024, exclusively on SpiceFM. Catch the upscaled, heart-throbbing season's football commentaries from the ever-zealous soccer commentators and presenters. EPL, Soka Katambe. Only on SpiceFM.
What? My head is aching, shoulders paining, and it's like I'm adding weight very fast.
Now, by the way, see, I thought you are... Nilifikiri
Good news for the soccer lovers across Kenya. Very soon your lifestyle will never be the same. Crazy memories of the lively football matches.
Happening every week.
Introducing the new season of the English Premier League football matches.
Another gem of a goal.
Starting on the 16th of August 2024, exclusively on SpiceFM. Catch the upscaled, heart-throbbing season's football commentaries from the ever-zealous soccer commentators and presenters. EPL, Soka Katambe. Only on SpiceFM.
Quick look at what's happening on the roads this morning, and traffic on Landis Road is an absolute mess. It's also becoming a bigger mess on Uhuru Highway as you're trying to get into the CBD this morning. Very busy aerodrome. Gong Road, as you look at that roundabout around City Mortuary, is also starting to look a little bit messy. It's heavy coming off of Survey on the Thika Superhighway into the CBD. So, also quick look at James Gishore, and there's some in and outbound traffic touching on Waiaki Way, but you're fine using the Red Hill Link Road until you then get towards Lower Kabete. Lower Kabete going and touching on out towards Spring Valley is pretty busy right about now. Those are the trouble spots. Avoid them if you can, but let's talk on SpiceFM. KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
9. Have you gotten to go get a comprehensive medical checkup? It's important that you do this. Aga Khan University Hospital says what to do?
You, for 9,950 shillings, actually can find out everything that could be cooking under the bonnet. You know, change your water, change your oil, and I'm not talking about a car, I'm talking about you. So you can run better, operate better, if you make sure that everything inside is working well. A yearly health checkup, full checkup, everything, head to toe, insides, innards, all. Get it checked out. CT says men above 40 should actually get this done twice a year. Probably women over 40 or 50 should probably do the same thing as well. But everybody, get it. From when you're young until you're much older, check that everything is happening at all Aga Khan outlets for 9,950 shillings. Make sure that your health is A+.
The good thing about this is once you get there, the medics will actually have a conversation with you, right? They tell you, right, so here, eat a bit more, nguza ugali, nini, like that, exercise more, sleep more. Are you sleeping enough? No, you're not sleeping enough, so sleep some more, increase the number of hours that you sleep. All this is very, very, very important. 9,950. The Situation Room live on Spice FM, on KTN Home, on KTN News, on YouTube, on X, on Facebook, on TikTok, on Radio Garden, everywhere. Tuko na Mheshimiwa Rais.
Watu wa Machakos, hamjambo. Mimi nimekuja hapa kwa sababu ya hii mpango ya stima na mpango ya maji na ya barabara. Hii barabara yenu ya kutoka hapa Devki kwenda mpaka Kinanie. Mimi hii barabara nilikuwa nimeweka 1.78 billion. Sasa nimepea huyu contractor anaitwa JV China na huyu mwingine anaitwa Global Link. Tayari tumekwisha lipa 238 million. Tuko na deni kidogo ya 237 million. Mimi nitaenda nikarabati hiyo. Nitazungumza na huyu mjumbe wenu. Na huyu governor, huyu sijui kama huyu ni mama ama ni msichana huyu. Mimi nitazungumza na huyu governor wa Vinya. Sasa kwa hii finance bill inakuja, tutaweka mpango ingine ya pesa ya hii barabara ya kutoka hapa Devki kwenda mpaka Kinanie. Ni kweli si kweli?
Kweli.
Sijui kama tunaelewana. Sasa nataka mnisikize hivi na msikize vizuri. Tunataka siasa ambayo sio ya fujo. Hatutaki kukosa amani katika taifa letu. Tunataka amani katika taifa letu. Mimi nimezungumza na hawa mabishop na hawa intercessors, waombe Kenya yetu ili Kenya yetu iwe na amani. Hawa Gen Z wanasema ati wao wako faceless, ati wako leaderless. Mimi nataka niwaeleze, tuko na 160,000 jobs za mjengo katika mpango wetu wa housing. Hawa wanaweza kwenda wafanye hiyo kazi badala ya kufuatilia hii miradi ya serikali ambayo pesa imelipwa na imesimama. Ni kweli si kweli? Hebu nione kwa mkono. Salale. Kumbe nyinyi watu wa Spice FM mmejielewa.
Ati Kinanie.
You know what?
So from Devki, this is along Mombasa Road.
Yes.
This is at the intersection, getting to Mavokolo on one side, and then going to Kinanie on the other side.
Yes.
There's a road there, yes. It actually, that road crosses past Kinanie to go and meet with Kangunda Road on the other side.
Yes.
Allocated
1 billion. 1,785 million 779,000.
In
That was in 2021.
That's the budget for in 2021. That's when the project was.
That was when the project began, 15th July 2021.
Okay.
That's when the contract was signed. So the contractor there was supposed to build a 7-meter carriage, a 7-meter wide carriage, lined drains, and 2-meter wide walkways on both sides of the road for a 25-kilometer distance. Out of the 1.7 billion, he's already been certified to be paid 476 million. All right. Out of that 476 million, he has already been paid 238,434,000. He has refused to work because he has not been paid 237,570.
Okay.
But now the Auditor General, in the Auditor General's report, says this. In the circumstances, there is a risk of breach of contract obligation by the authority, and delayed payment may attract interest and penalties, thus escalating the project cost. That's what the Auditor General says.
So the Auditor General is saying, if you don't pay this balance, because it's already a certificate is out that you ought to pay, then you're going to accrue penalties.
Yes.
This 476 million shillings that was certified to be paid, it was against what works?
If you go to the ground, it's a horror movie. And you can confirm. You see, this is a very respected station. When I come here, we don't say rumors. I've been to the ground. I have seen it myself. I even recorded a video on that road and recorded it for Kenyans to see it. There's no road. What I can say is that there is maram, some form of maram grading, and when you come from Devki, there are like 4 or 5 culverts.
Okay. 238 million shillings is what has been paid already.
Yes.
One would expect that a road which is what, give or take 25 kilometers?
25 kilometers.
Right? Devki to Kinani would by now, with 238 million shillings, at least semblance of tarmac would be visible. Something
like 6 kilometers of tarmac.
So there's 6 kilometers of tarmac done so far?
No.
No, what is
I'm
that?
saying is that
That's what you
out
expect.
of what has been paid, I expect about 6 kilometers of tarmac.
But kuna lami kwa hiyo barabara bwana.
Wapi?
See at the beginning of the road.
No, that the tarmac that is there is the one that branches off from Mombasa Road, and that tarmac is not more than 100 meters, and that one used to be there. It has not been done by this contractor. That was an access road that was done when Mombasa Road was being built. Nothing. The only thing I've told you that is there is maram and some culverts.
So with 238 million shillings, what has actually been done on this road, which is 25 kilometers, is that it has been marammed and some culverts have been put in. 238 million.
Some sections have been marammed. Other sections are really bad. Extremely bad, especially when it's rainy. Because Athi River, you know, some of its water comes to that road and it washes away bridges and everything. So there are very deep holes there. There are unpassable places there in Kenya, and it's very dusty. When it's dry, it's very dusty. When it's wet, it's unpassable. And actually, the governor for Machakos County lives on that road.
When this certificate was issued, which is the authority? Is the authority Kanha or Kura?
The authority for this road is Kura.
So when the certificate was issued, because of course in a 1.7 billion shilling project, it's paid on milestones. So there's a milestone that was supposed to have been achieved for 476 million shillings to be paid. And the authority said, yes, you've hit the milestone, you ought to be paid. Have you seen the documents that show what milestone this was?
No, I've not been able to see those documents, and they are not publicly available unless Kura gives us those documents, which they will not give willingly. May have actually to take them to court for the right to information before they give you those documents, unless maybe you invite the director for Kura here to bring those documents with him. But a ground verification, as I recorded for you a video, is that there's very little to justify 400 and something million that has been certified for payment. Extremely little, negligible.
And the contractor is not on site.
The contractor is not on site. If the contractor was on site, I would have said, well, this is an ongoing thing. we cannot justify this as a stalled project. This is an ongoing project. The contractor is on the site. But I've toured that road now twice. The contractor is not on the site. I've spoken to residents. I spoke to border operators around the area. I spoke to some people that I found at Kinani's center and stage and asked them whether this contractor usually comes on site, and the contractor is not on site. And the reason the contractor is not on site is because he has not been paid 237,570,925 shillings.
Where?
Take a deep breath.
Yeah. So I think Ednah will be able to put up this particular post on the screen, and maybe she'll be able to just show it, because I've seen the video and we are looking at the video of how the road looks like. I've been on this road before, and I know clearly it's one of those. You walk on that road, you will be knee deep in dust. You drive on that road and it's dusty. And the people of Kenania deserve better, especially if a project was already commissioned, it has started, it has gone on, some payments are due, payments are not complete. Now what's happening is an accrual of interest because the contractor has not been paid. So the interest is accruing. Contractor, when the contractor comes back, he'll be coming back, first of all demanding interest and then money for the next phase.
There's another thing that we might forget.
Yeah.
Time. You know, in all contracts, when we are drafting contract, even as lawyers, we always write a clause that says time is of the essence.
Yeah.
That's why whenever you're going even into a contract to purchase land, you're told that completion date within 90 days. Time is of the essence in the implementation of government projects. This project, the contract was signed on 15th July 2021. Now, according to this contract, the completion date is 14th July 2024. We are way past 14th July 2024.
That's the completion.
That's the completion date according to the contract.
From Kinania, you go zip up to Kangundo Road.
By 14th July 2024, we should be sliding on that road like kids sliding in a park. But we are way past 14th July 2024, and still there's very little to show for this project. You see, if 50% was done, we would say, well, let's do a contract to extend. Probably we were delayed by ABCD. Let's do a contract. Let's extend the time for the contractor. But this contractor has had from 2021 to do this road. This road, money has already been allocated. He has already been paid part of the money. And see.
And there is nothing on that road that you can see that in any way justifies the money that he was paid.
Yeah.
Bit of a problem there, isn't it?
Complete.
It's a bit of a problem.
Complete.
Did you consider, for instance, that if we look at the planning and the budgeting for roads in Kenya, any consideration for a percentage that perhaps a percentage of roads vis-a-vis what was planned and what was supposed to have been completed, understanding what is not completed, given the huge array of roads that were supposed to have been completed by a certain time?
Sorry, come back again. I lost you.
Not a problem. Let me start again. Once upon a time, there was a plan to build roads in Kenya.
Yeah.
Now, I'm asking whether you took the time to understand of the roads that were planned, because they are numbered and there are details as to what these roads are, where they go, they start from where they go to. Then there's a little detail of roads that, given the time that they were planned for, those that have been completed vis-a-vis those who are not completed, 1, 2. Those that were paid for, and there's evidence of the money that was actually spent being evidenced on the road itself, meaning you can look at the road and say, this one is commensurate with what this person was paid. Have you perhaps considered that or given thought to that consideration?
Yes, I've given thought to it, and I have lots of documents of roads that have been planned and done in Kenya, but there are quite many, so going through them is also not easy, and even visiting all of them is not easy either. But this is what I can say. I've been able to pick those ones that stand out, especially from the audit reports. For example, I've mentioned to you the Nuno Modogashe Road. Now, apart from the Nuno Modogashe Road, a bulk of the roads that have a problem in Kenya are in Mombasa and Coast Province. A bulk of them. The highest number, it's in Mombasa and Kilifi and Kwale region. I'll be headed there next to go and show you those roads, how much was paid, and their current situation. The other challenge, City, that you need to understand we have with this issue of roads is, yes, we have roads that were budgeted for, launched, but never started. But we also have roads that were budgeted for, launched, they started, but were never finished. Then we have roads that were budgeted for, launched, they were done, but very poor quality. I was in Malava, I think it's on Saturday. After the president launched the Malava water project. I was there in Malava. He had launched a road there, which begins from Malava town. I looked at the road and I found that it already has potholes in spite of the fact that it's only 1 year old. It already has a pothole, that road in Malava. So I'm worried about the quality of the works that is being done and whether there is actually quality inspections of our roads to ensure that they are done to a desirable standard, to a standard that is, I want to mention this road to you. It's called the Malava Kimangeti Ikoli Road, launched by His Excellency Honorable William Samoei Ruto, 29th April 2023. Now that road is incomplete first to begin with. But luckily the contractor is on site. But the section that he has already done, it already has potholes.
Okay.
Well, it's still on site.
It already has potholes.
It is still on site.
There's a resident engineer. There's, of course, the engineer that's supervising this project. The questions then would be asked of this engineer. So are you, ticking the box and saying, yes, proceed, continue, issuing certificates of completion for payment, for the partial payment of these roads as this is going on? These are questions that we keep asking all the time. We found the video for Kenani.
This road should be complete. If you check the latest
Ednah, you can put it on the screen.
Report for the financial year 2022-2023, the contractor for this road has already been paid 238 million, and he says bado serikali iko na deni yake ya 200 and something million, ndio maana hajafanya kazi. I'm going to show you shortly how the road looks like and its conditions so that you see your 238 million mahali imefika, and also you judge for yourself. The contractor on this road is, let me check for you so that I don't. The contractor for this project is JV China Aerospace Construction Group Kenya Limited and Global Link East Africa Limited. Majina mzuri sikudanganye. These are just the same guys hiding under big names. So nafika hapa, this is Kinania Police Post, and that is a signage to Kinania High School, and this is Kinania Center. So angalia sasa muone where your 238 million is. Sawa sawa. Haya. Unaona? Yo. Ndio hii barabara yetu.
I'm telling you.
And so, Morara, you say you went through this road, the entire stretch.
The whole of it.
This is what
it looks like, actually.
everywhere from beginning to the end.
Yes.
It was launched in 2021. It's supposed to have been completed by June this year.
Yes, by July.
When were you here?
I was there last week.
In August?
Yes, this is August. I was there last week. That's Devki Kinani Road.
And this is the road?
Yes.
This one.
Uji Power.
This is the road. Okay. Now the thing is...
So I was there on the 14th of August. 14th of August. Today is 19th August. So I was there 5 days ago. Yes.
Wait. Now, as we conclude this conversation, Morara, people have been sending you messages and telling you, come and check out our roads.
Yes.
People have also been saying, we'd like to support you. I want us to end on the side of the support, because people are saying we don't have maybe the time to go here, but Morara, you've decided you can go on our behalf. If I send you to a certain place, you'll go and I can even contribute and donate. Do you have a formal way of receiving this support?
No, for now it's very informal, but I intend to build. Actually, I'm thinking of now going into governance, into taking the call of calling for good governance, and to abandon my business, because I think I'm done with making money. It's not that it is enough, but I need a new sense of purpose. I need a new direction, and I think I found my purpose on this earth. I want to do something that is not about money, but that advances the cause of humanity. So I'm establishing an office. I'm going to hire staff. We're going to do very good research on all these projects and visit all of them. Our mission is civic education, because we feel that we are losing it on civic education, more especially to people who are in villages and rural and slum settlements. We need to communicate to them so that they understand what we mean by corruption in now real, brought real, in example. How is corruption affecting them in their village?
Right.
When you tell somebody about corruption of something that happened in Nairobi, they themselves have never been in Nairobi, or when they came to Nairobi, it was just for an event and they went back. They don't get. But when you tell them about a project that is just next to them, that they use every day, for example, when you talk to them about the Ikumbi Road, which is a road that the president launched, but it has never begun. It is in Murang'a County. So when you tell them about projects that are near them, they get it. You are able to break it down to them. So I believe this is something that we should do. Yes, I've been getting some support from Kenyans. They've been sending me M-Pesa for fuel. It has really assisted me in terms of fuel. So far, I've been able to use 4 full tanks. A full tank for the vehicle is like 18,000. That's about 72,000. So I'm still on with it. I've not stopped, and I'm not about to stop. I have so many projects that I need to visit. I need to go to the Mikinduri, Kunathi, Kadhidhini Road in Meru. That's a place I need to go. I need to go to Ichamara, Rutune, Mukurueini Road in Nyeri. I need to go to Ruringu Stadium in Nyeri.
Water Stadium.
I need to go to Isiolo International Airport.
Okay.
Yeah. I need to go to Githurai Market. I need to go to Olenguruone Stadium in Kuresoi South. This is Nakuru County. I need to go to the stadium in Wote, which in 3 months will be complete. I need to go to Kwale, Mwache Multipurpose Dam. I need to visit that dam. I need to go to Meru. There is a road there for Wero Tea Factory. I need to visit it. I need to go to Bungoma at Sangalo Industrial Park. I need to go and see it. And many, many other projects that Kenyans have been sending me in my inbox, in messages. Of course, the messages are so many, they are overwhelming. But I've brought on a team of 2 more people to assist me shift through the messages, find the ones that are relevant, research them, find out the details, so that we visit them, so that we inform Kenyans about what is happening in their own backyard and how we are actually losing money through either corruption or poor workmanship or interest on late payments or pending bills. People assume that because we have pending bills, we are making a saving, but it is not true. As long as we have a pending bill, there is an interest that is accruing. That's why I told you on the Nuno Modogashe Road, the contractor was paid 86 million extra for interest for late payment. So that's 86 million of public funds lost right there.
We will invite you again.
Thank you.
So you can come and tell us where else you've gone to and the better research that you'll have done with your team. Yes. All the best to you. Asante sana. People are saying we should add you time. We'll add you time by inviting you again and again. It's 3 minutes past 9. Let's get the news and then more conversations. Good morning.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Kenya has heightened surveillance at the border points across the country over the increasing cases of mpox, with 21,350 travellers having been screened at all entry points for mpox. The Ministry of Health says it has identified 29 suspected cases. Of these, 23 have tested negative for the disease, while 6 cases are pending confirmation from the reference laboratory. Principal Secretary Mary Muthoni, who gave an update on mpox in the country, confirmed receiving samples from a suspected case at Vineyard Hospital in Kiambu County. The patient is under isolation and management within the county pending the outcome of the results. Meanwhile, the Council of Governors has called on devolved units to remain vigilant as the world battles mpox. The Council Health Committee Chairperson and Tarakaniti Governor Muthomi Njuki urged members of the public to exercise caution. Njuki says that county governments are working closely with the national government to contain the disease. Kenya has so far confirmed one mpox case in Taita Taveta County. The patient has since recovered and was discharged from hospital. Now, businessman Jimmy Wanjigi is expected to appear at the DCI headquarters in Nairobi for questioning. Wanjigi will be questioned after the DCI asked him to appear before them to shed light on various issues. Now, it is reported that Wanjigi will be accompanied by his family, who will record statements on how they were mishandled by officers when their house was raided by security officers. The family complains that the police who raided their residence in Muthaiga caused extensive damage to their property while threatening them at gunpoint when they broke into the house. In the case in which the police admitted to conducting an operation in search of Wanjigi, the police claimed to have found grenades and weapons, including tear gas, a claim that Wanjigi has denied. According to Wanjigi, their devices were planted by the security officers with the aim of tarnishing his name after they failed to find him. Despite being inside his house, Wanjigi claims that he has evidence captured by CCTV cameras showing the police planting the weapons in his car and in his home. Now, police in Alego, Usonga, Siaya County are investigating the mysterious death of a 42-year-old man whose body was found lying beside the road at Ulore village in southeast Alego location. The man's body was discovered by villagers who raised alarm after he was found lying unresponsive. According to Siaya County Police Commander Cleti Kimayo, the incident was reported to the Kogelo police station by the area village elder George Yewa, who told the police that there was a lifeless body sighted alongside the road within his village. And a 25-year-old man drowned in Mwea constituency, Kirinyaga County, while attempting to swim across a National Irrigation Authority dam to win a 300 shillings bet. Now, the tragic incident happened at around 6 p.m., shocking residents of Maisha Kamili in Gurubani town and Kamushege village. Kelvin Gitonga, a well-known swimmer and boda operator in Gurubani, allegedly made a bet with a friend that he could swim from one end of the dam to the other. According to witnesses, he was close to reaching the shore when he tragically drowned. His friend, who had placed the bet, disappeared shortly after the incident. And detectives in Kakamega County are investigating an incident in which the body of a middle-aged man was discovered decomposing at his home weeks after he allegedly sold a plot of land. Shibihwa Area Assistant Chief Emmanuel Shikanda confirmed the incident. Vitalis Mulunga, a neighbor familiar with the case, said they were notified of the body's discovery by the Assistant Chief and immediately sought help from the local police. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, what's happening at a few minutes after 9 o'clock? Traffic still continues in many parts of the city today. Let's look at what may be a trouble spot. Uhuru Highway, very, very busy getting into the city this morning. And we're now seeing that traffic coming off of James Gishoro, crossing over Wayaki Way, is going out then towards the Red Hill Link Road, one to watch out for. It's also busy coming off of Muranga Road, heading towards the roundabout at the Globe Cinema. And also Uhuru Highway, like we said, very, very busy. Jogo Road traffic is heavy then going towards Landis. It's extremely heavy on Haile Selassie in and outbound, and because of how heavy it is on Landis Road, some of that traffic is now going towards Lusaka Road. So that's the busiest part of it for this morning. We're keeping an eye on things. We are still in traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we get through it, and we'll talk in the meantime. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It is 11 minutes after 9, on to the final hour of the conversation today. Cradle.com. CRAYDEL.com. Why is that URL important?
So if you're thinking of going to university or even getting that sorted out for your children or anybody who's a student who's looking for higher education outside the shores of Kenya, there is a fair, and it takes place on the 31st of August at the Gallant Mall in Parklands. And so you ask why? Well, here's a one-stop shop for all that you would ever need that concerns this university education abroad. Meet top international universities, apply on the spot for said universities and even get your admission that day, and secure partial scholarships as well. Get your visa, student visa information clocked and ready, and also accommodation assistance all in one place. It's something that you wouldn't really find all that information in one place, so that's the reason why you should actually attend this fair. The Cradle World Fair is on again on the 31st of August from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the Gallant Mall in Parklands. This is an invite-only event, so what that means is that you need to register ahead of time. Go to the website www.cradle.com or dial 0799 000 444. Get all the information. See you on the 31st.
Very good, very good. Our final conversation for today is going to be on political parties. We said, this country, according to the Constitution, shall be a multi-party democracy. Senor? One of those parties is called United Democratic Alliance. United, Democratic, Alliance. As if United was not enough, you have to bring in alliance. You know that it is working in an alliance of United for Democracy.
They were broad-based at inception. That's why there's alliance. Surely.
The party has its interim officials. We know the party leader, the deputy party leader, the interim chairperson, the newly incumbent acting interim secretary general, and all those. And then there are people who are claiming that they're also the interim founders of the party.
But we haven't had anybody claiming that they're original founders, have we?
Sindiawa.
Until now.
Kina Joe Halende and others are the UDA Founders Association.
Founder member.
Yes. And he's the chair of this. He's our guest. Joe Halende, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
Welcome to the hot seat of the situation.
Asante.
Karibu sana.
Yes.
I see Mava Azimio Blue. That's very good.
It's a statement. Don't hide in the corners. Just tell us. Come out.
Well, of course, it's purely coincidental.
Of course.
But nice tie. Your tie.
Thank you.
Chapa kabisa. Now listen, it's important that you go for regular health checkups. You know that, huh?
Yes.
And Aga Khan University Hospital is telling you, by the way, with only 9,950, come to any of our clinics, anywhere that you see Aga Khan University Hospital. Come in, say, I'm here for a comprehensive medical checkup. They will do that for you. They'll give you advice. You'll sit to a medic. Medic will tell you, okay, so from what we see in the results, this is what we think. Maybe exercise more. Maybe have less stress. Mambo ya siasa, weka kwa lungs.
Si kwa roho.
Si kwa roho. Ukiweka siasa kwa roho, inakuharibu. Okay? Those kind of things. Sawa. 99.50 is all you need. Okay?
Thank you.
Very good. Now, City, why don't you welcome Joe with the day's proverb?
Yes, I will. Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Chad. The more feathers a chicken has, the bigger it looks. And the nearer it approaches the grave.
The more feathers a chicken has, the bigger it looks. And the nearer it approaches the grave. Joe Halende, what's your interpretation of this proverb?
Joe Halende kama mtu wa Ingo.
Let's get to chicken.
It's a very appropriate proverb.
You see, from where I come from, if you want to slaughter, if you want to slaughter a chicken for your guests, you will most definitely go for the one which is well fattened, and the more it has more feathers, the more it looks to be fattened, and the easiest way is to slaughter that one, and that's how it goes near to the grave. Yes.
What do you think the proverb is telling us?
The proverbs teaches about one fundamental thing about your first impression, your first interaction, and how people will judge you with that first interaction. Yes.
Good one. Yeah.
I think so.
Good one. So, who are the UDA? Who's the UDA Founders Association? What's that?
UDA Founders Association is basically the people who conceptualized and originated the party. Basically, they are the promoters. These are the people who had the original idea of forming a political party. And they are not, we cannot say they are not owners, they are just founders. These are the people who had the real idea and who know the ideology behind the UDA. UDA has a genesis. UDA has its starting point. And UDA has its history. There's the same way, if you go to US, in 1828, Martin Vaughan, among the founders of the Democratic Party, the same way in the history of US in 1860, the founders Abraham Lincoln, the anti-slavery movement, are the founders of the large party called the Republican Party. So the same way with us. Basically, the UDA founder members are the artifact of the party.
Okay.
Yes.
How many are they?
I don't have the current the correct figure as per now, because now we are how can I say it?
You are legion.
Yes. We are a legion.
Wait a minute. We're talking about founder member, or are we talking about the membership that the founder members have? Because founder members, wanzilishi,
yes,
so
they don't increase every day, but they found not they increase every day, but you know, an association, we are a like-minded association.
All right. I've got it.
Yes.
Are you a founder of UDA?
Yes, I'm a founder member.
A founder member.
Yes.
Explain. When was UDA formed? When was UDA founded? When was this idea conceptualized? Because you told us about conceptualization of a political party. When was UDA conceptualized?
UDA was conceptualized between the period of 2018 to 2019 going to 2020, when now we were branded as Tanga Tanga. That's when the idea was conceptualized. Then we moved into a hustler movement. Then, because we were going into an election, we needed a party. Then we moved from hustler nation to a political party. And the founder members are the people who oiled this machine.
Who? When was it registered?
First, it started as PDR, if you remember very well. The party was called PDR.
What does that mean?
Let me get the name. Yes, okay. PDR. That was the initial. Then we rebranded to UDA. Our first elected member of parliament was Kawanjiku, because you remember the by-election, the first by-election that started when we were conceptualizing this idea. It was the Msambweni by-election. So we ended up having an independent candidate. Then when we went for the by-election of
Kawanjiku,
Kiamba, that's when we first had our elected member of parliament, who is Kawanjiku.
So are you saying that's the time when UDA was founded?
Yes.
Because, I mean, there's a confusion here. There's a political party that was registered with the Registrar of Political Parties called PDR.
Yes.
All right? PDR goes and rebrands and calls itself UDA.
Yes.
Now, when was the party founded? Are we looking back at when PDR was registered? Or are we looking at when PDR rebranded?
When PDR rebranded.
So when PDR rebranded to UDA.
Yes.
So how is that conceptualization?
You see, when you rebrand a political party, you must have a vision, mission, objective of a political party, and you must have a constitution of a political party. So when we conceptualize the idea of UDA as a political party, now, see, I've told you our journey. When we were branded as Tanga Tanga, we moved into a hustler nation movement. Then now, since we were going into an election period, the political party now UDA that was officially branded as a UDA party. That's when now we start as a.
You're confusing us. The party exists.
Yes.
The party, just like you've told us, the Democratic Party, the Republican Party in America, it was founded at a certain time, it was registered, and then it has been in existence.
Yes.
PDR existed, it was founded, it was registered with the Register of Political Parties. Okay? People who were in Jubilee and other parties joined PDR and they rebranded to UDA. Did they lodge new documents? Did they lodge a new constitution for the party?
Yes.
Did they lodge, so are they saying that now this is a brand new party?
Yes.
So PDR and UDA are completely different.
Yes.
So the Register of Political Parties, by accepting new documents for UDA, was basically registering a new party.
Yes, basically was registering a new party.
So why didn't you just register a new party?
Latiff, you remember that period. You remember the things that were going on within Jubilee Party. And it was, you know our politics, it was extremely difficult to register a new, fresh political party. Extremely difficult. And you know, we live in this country. We know the political machination in this country.
Yes, we do live in this country.
Actually, as of this morning, yes.
We can't say yesterday.
So you remember how difficult it was, as Joe is telling us, around that period of 2018, 2019, it would have been impossible to register a new political party.
But, that I wouldn't know. But what I do know is this, given the musical chairs our politicians play, usually the people, if indeed it was difficult, the people who are preventing you from registering a party are the very people who at some point or the other you are in bed with and you're doing business with. So whatever games they're playing, This is just confirmation that these games are still fresh and they are ongoing. Okay, so please continue. And then.
So we're at the place where you've said that 2018, 2019 to 2020, it was very difficult to register a new political party. So essentially what you did was you took this vehicle that existed of PDR and you said, well, there's conceptualization that's taking place because there's a new dawn and there's a new awakening. We want to register this new party and it's going to be called UDA. So you basically transferred the whole thing save for changing the name, and so PDR became UDA. So because of the difficulty of starting from scratch, you took what existed and you created this new party. All right. The people who were in the throes of doing all of this, where are they now?
They are here.
You, Joe?
Yes.
And who else?
And across all the 47 counties, we had the people who are called party coordinators across the 47 county.
All right.
The party coordinators had to pick those people who were called those who were called first. We had the polling station coordinators who transitioned now to ward coordinators, then constituency coordinators, now who are headed by the so-called party coordinators.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. This party, however, before it became now part of a coalition, which was Kenya Kwanza, many would say was responsible for the structure within which the campaigns took place, right? A party chair was named, a party leader was named, a secretary general, and all of these other things, league coordinators around the country. Which caucus was responsible? Because from this conversation, I'm sensing that today in 2023, there's a problem.
Yes, if you look at our constitution, UDA constitution, NEC is the one which is in charge of ensuring that we have the party officials. Currently, we are on a transition period as UDA. Currently, if you go to the Register of Political Parties, we are using our transition clause under Article 41, which gives NEC the mandate to put a person responsible of day-to-day running of the political party, which is the staff of the party headed by national executive, the executive director. Then the party officials who are the secretary general and other party officials who basically the secretary general who is the spokesperson of the party. It is the NEC which has that responsibility.
So right now, what you're saying is that UDA does not have a secretary general.
It has an interim secretary general.
And who is this person?
Hassan Omar.
Hassan Omar is the interim. And that is agreed across board?
Yes, that is agreed across board. All the party organs are aware. Everybody is aware that Hassan Omar is the interim secretary general. Yes.
So shida iko wapi?
Yes. You see, before we arrived to Hassan Omar, the NEC, the same way it had the mandate to appoint Hassan Omar, at the time, we, as UDA, through NEC, appointed the former senator of Kakamega, Cleophas Malala. And he was given the mandate as the secretary general of the party. But instead of him executing his functions as the UDA secretary general of a ruling party, he went and started advocating for other political parties' interests, not our UDA political party's interests. And we found it very conflicting. So it was necessary that we do the changes, and we did the changes, and we have moved on. So Cleophas Malala is the past. We are into the future.
Okay.
Yes.
So everything now is okay?
Everything is okay.
Okay.
There are no wrangles, there are no division in UDA. UDA is one united political party.
Please repeat that again. There are no wrangles in?
There are no wrangles in UDA. There are no divisions in UDA.
Is it really a political party? Is it really a political party?
Yes.
The political parties, by definition, must have wrangles.
I will not call them wrangles, those are mamas of differing opinion.
No, power play.
You know,
power play. Look, if I am just a member of the governing council or whatever it is you call the neck of UDA, and then I also happen to be the chairman of the sub-county UDA party in my locality. Are there people who just content to be that? No, I will want to be the county UDA boss, and then I will want to be at a national level. Now, I do not know of any politician who has a position and they're just happy to be that for the rest of their lives. There's always that need for them to move now, and they're not the only ones. And since there are many people who have the same thinking and feeling, there will be wrangles. Because the posts that they want are not many, it's usually one.
You see, City.
Yes, please.
If you belong to the persuasion that I belong to of a national political outfit,
yes,
with membership across the country, it means you have different opinions within that house. UDA is a democratic party. It means in the process of national building, you will have different opinions that will shape into a fundamental function of national building. So having different opinion does not mean that you have wrangles or division. It means that's the democratic space that you enjoy within
democracy
that
at play.
Party. And UDA is not just like any other party where it has the big man syndrome, where it has the big man syndrome of one man. There's one person who
says everything.
But is that not what has caused this problem in the first place?
No. It is Joe who has caused the problem.
Big man.
It's not the big man. Joe,
yes.
Before we go to a break,
yes.
What are the structures of UDA? Those that are registered with the Registrar of Political Parties, the official structures of UDA, what's it? From the top organ all the way?
Yes, we have our structure, which starts with the National Governing Council. We have the NEC. We have the Central Committee. We have now the Delegates Conference. Yes.
HIVO.
Yes.
Okay.
Then we also have the Governors Caucus, which has its chairperson and the whip. Then we have the Legislative Caucus, which has the elected members for the Senate.
Is that below the Central Committee or below the?
They are part, as in those are the organs of the party.
Okay.
Yes.
Where is the association? The UDA Founders Association.
UDA Founders Association, as I had earlier explained, these are the vision bearers. These were UDA.
But they are not anywhere in the official structure of the
party. They are not anywhere in the official structure of the party constitution. Just the same way our founding fathers do not have a specific clause within the constitution. But every year we celebrate them.
So when Joe Halende went to the UDA offices 2 weeks ago, claiming because I'm a founder, chair of the Founders Association, I am taking over as Secretary General, he was basically acting outside of any recognized structure of the party.
You see, prior to Joe Halende and founder members going to the party, I had petitioned the party for the removal of one Cleophas Malala. But the petition had not been heard and determined. But Cleophas Malala was moving up and down, championing for the Tawe movement agenda, not UDA movement agenda. So it was necessary. And it is about thinking outside the box. How do I draw the attention of the party organs to this big problem called Cleophas Malala? It is called activism. And within 3 days, we achieved the results.
So what you're saying is the Honorable Malala has you to thank for the predicament he currently finds himself in.
So he should not talk about the current acting chairperson or the acting secretary general. He should be saying Joe Halende is the reason.
Yes.
Let's take a break. 26 minutes to 10. Our guest is Joe Halende. He is an advocate and he's also the chair of the UDA Founders Association. He says these are the people who conceptualized moving Tanga into one house, a yellow house called UDA. And he's one of those ones. And we are asking ourselves, so which way UDA? Is it there? Is it not? We'll be back shortly. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hey, baba boy, gas imeisha, shopping imeisha, na ujue tokens bado zinalia.
Msupa, nipe mbao na 20 minutes.
Mbao, like 20 bob. 20 minutes, kwani kuna nini? Na ujue mi nataka kupika haki.
Jaber, kwani ujui dakika mamilini every 20 minutes, halafu wanapea na 10 million every 20 minutes, na hadi kuna 3 millionaires every hour.
Daka mamili virahisi. Uko na nafasi 3 ya kuwa millionaire kila awa. Usipitwe. Cheza daka. Ushike mita yako sasa. Chagua nambari zako 4 za bahati and win up to 10 million every 20 minutes. Nenda kwenye paybill 440440. Account Spice amount. Cheza na shilingi 20 hadi shilingi 2,000 na ushinde mamilioni. Daka mita kuwa bingwa.
What? My head is aching, shoulders paining, and it's like I'm adding weight very fast.
Now, by the way, see, I thought you are...
Nilifikiri umefanya ile kitu. No, I know what you are thinking.
Now, when you haven't heard about Aga Khan Hospital, they have a wellness program.
Aga Khan University Hospital has made medical checkups more available through their subsidized wellness package at 9,950 for a comprehensive medical checkup. Don't wait for a health scare. Do your health check at the Aga Khan University Hospital clinics in your neighborhood today. Get your vitals checked today. Call 0111 011 888 for more information.
All right, let's take a look at what's going on. So coming towards the end of traffic hour this morning, we still have that crazy traffic on Landis. It's spilling over towards Lusaka. Looks like it's going to continue for some time. Enterprise Road doesn't look too bad. Just as you get to that interchange, we'll have a bit of an issue. And then coming off of Jogo Road, as you get towards the Makadara train station, is where it looks a little bit crazy. Muthaiga Square coming in from Kiambu Road is also very busy. Ring Road Westlands continues to be a thing this morning, as does a little bit of James Gishuru. Coming off from Wingi Road, continuing to join with Mzima Springs and then James Gishuru. Those are spots to watch, at least for now, through the morning. Talk to us as we keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
3 minutes to 10. Our conversation continues with Joe Halende, who is the chair of the UDA Founders Association. So you tell us that, the concept of UDA was we need to change this country. We need to serve the people. We need to get to a position where we convince more and more people to elect our candidates so that we can run this country better. Do you think UDA is still living up to the dream of the founders 5 years ago?
Now that we have taken back the party to the people, we started as people-centered party. We are still and we will continue to revamp and to live to the dreams and aspirations of Kenyans.
Which are?
What are those?
UDA was founded on a philosophy of empowering mwananchi, on a philosophy and a slogan of kazi ni kazi, respecting every hustle. And I strongly believe that those are still our aspiration as a political party, now a ruling party. We need to continuously call ourselves to account on those objectives of that political party. called UDA, so that we can continue to improve the lives and the livelihood of Kenyans. Yes.
Do you believe yourselves to be democratic?
Yes, we are democratic.
And what does democracy mean?
I will go directly to Abraham Lincoln's statement. Having a government formed by the people, for the people, and it's majorly centered on people's ideas, people's aspirations, and people's actually the idea is about centering everything.
People-centered.
Yes.
So even decisions of the party are supposed to be emanating from the people, the members of the party.
The members of the party.
Right?
Yes.
That even as we talk about anything, any direction that the party takes, it's the members who will do this, right?
Yes.
And the most visible way for the party's members to do it is using a national delegates conference, for example, right? Where members are speaking through their delegates and saying, this is the direction we are taking. UDA, has it ever held a national delegates conference? Has UDA ever held an election?
Before these issues to do with Cleophas Malala, the NEC had, through its function, had directed the National Elections Board of UDA under the chairmanship of Engineer Mwaura to do grassroots elections, which will culminate to the National Delegates Conference, where real elected officials of the party will be elected and pronounced and given the mandate to run the party. But when NEB started doing its work, our former interim Secretary General started concocting reasons and creating factions within the party to hijack the grassroots elections. That's the need now. That's among the many reasons for the removal of Cleophas Malala.
So now that he's been removed, will those issues be sorted out, or have they already been?
The issues have already been sorted out. Soon, the grassroots elections will go on as planned. Even there are areas that grassroots elections had already happened. So everything will go back to way we had planned as a party.
Okay.
Doing the grassroots elections, having elected officials in place.
Okay. Now, the party, as having been originally choreographed, what would you say? Because you say it's a party of the people, it's people, grassroots, all of this, and it's people-centered. So what are some things that the party started doing that you now see with the new Secretary General, who clearly the previous one, from what you are saying, was an impediment to progress? Now, with a new person there, what are these things that are going to be done, championed, choreographed, birthed by UDA in this current political dispensation that we will be able to see and say, okay, yes, clearly this was not working before? What will we see? Or what had we seen before? And what will we now see in the future?
One, since UDA is on a transition clause where we have interim officials, first thing first, we are looking and we are expecting the current interim Secretary General, in conjunction with the all party organs and the party organ that is given the mandate to run the grassroots election or the party election, to move with speed, and we have the grassroots elections, so that we can have from the grassroots, we can have elected party official with fresh mandate from the party members.
To do that what?
To do the functions of the party. First, as what I'm basically saying is this: the agenda on the table for the new interim Secretary General is to ensure we have elected party official. The first agenda. Two, to continue with the functions of the party, to continue mobilizing, to continue spreading the gospel of UDA and registering more members. 3, being a ruling party, we need to be accountable to ourselves and ensure that the promises that we made to Mwananchi and were voted in are achieved.
What are some of those? Give me 2.
Promises or promises
The
that
promises,
have been
the promises that have even been said before we look at the one. That's part 2. Part 2 of the question
Promises
is
made.
Promises made. That's part 1A. Promises achieved is 1B. Let's start there. What are some of 2? Just 2.
Yes. When we were moving around the country in 2022, looking for the mandate of the people, UDA promised Kenyans that we will do something different from our predecessor. And that was first to ensure that we form a political party that is devoid of conmanship, of blackmail, and politics of one man, one show.
Okay.
That was our first agenda.
That was the first promise. Okay.
Not promise, but our first agenda as a political party. Now, our agenda number 2 was that if we form government the way we were formed, we had promised Kenyans that instead of subsidizing consumption, we will subsidize production. That is means that instead of us subsidizing at the consumption, like the issue we were facing of shortage of food, we were first supposed to subsidize production. One, in 2022, when UDA party took over power, fertilizer bag was 7,000. We subsidized fertilizer to 2,500.
The same fertilizer that was
now
rocks and
we fertilize.
Rocks and
that's a different one.
Do the rocks
the rocks is a different fertilizer. I'm very sorry. I'm really sorry.
And the donkey dam that came later.
That came later, so it was not the promise. I do apologize. I'm really sorry. Please.
Subsidized. The one he's speaking of. It was subsidized. There were no rocks and there were no.
Oh, okay, that particular one. So,
yes.
Okay, I beg your pardon. All right.
Through that process, we managed to register farmers on an e-platform.
Hiyo ni UDA ama hiyo ni serikali?
Now,
is
the promise, the manifesto of UDA, or our promise when we were looking for, when we were going to look for the mandate from Kenyans, we promised that we will subsidize at production, not at consumption. How do you subsidize at production? Water,
fertilizer and seeds.
Yes.
And water.
And we did that.
And farming and farm machinery.
It's called farm input.
Yeah.
Even machinery.
So those are the two promises.
Okay, those are 2 promises that so we're saying essentially the UDA party said they were going to do this, and as a result of these things, now these things actually happen from what you're saying. I was of the opinion that there's an ideology that a party is based on, and this ideology will see through over and above, all these other things. Would you say that today the UDA party is built and following an ideology, and if so, what is that? What is the ideology of the UDA party? Or even if there are several marrying ideologies, what are those?
UDA party was formed on the ideal of bringing everybody together.
Unity.
Unity.
Okay.
UDA was formed on the ideal of empowering the common Mwananchi. UDA was built on the ideal of ending something we call politics of deceit. Because you know our journey.
Yeah.
You know our journey. We were in Jubilee. We went to.
Me, I'm happy you're here.
Yes.
Because my friend. Hey! Right, go on, please. Yes. All right.
Okay. That was one of the ideals.
Yes.
That's
ending politics of deceit in this country.
Unity, empowering common Mwananchi, and then ending the politics of deceit. N'est-ce pas? All right. How would you say with the recent activities, that just these three ideologies upon which the UDA party is founded, as you've said, how would we see that these things have actually played out? Let's even for fun go with the last one of ending the politics of deceit.
You see, our journey, when we were in Jubilee, we were branded Tanga Tanga. Then there was a purge within UDA, within Jubilee, where certain individuals were targeted because they belong in a different persuasion. They were removed from the leadership positions. Some people were being arrested left, right, and center. Everything that was going on. There was a political agreement then within Jubilee, which was not followed. So, in learning from our journey, we had to form a political vehicle that had to end that habit, the habit that has been developing this country for a very long period within the political movement. We formed UDA. UDA formed an alliance called Kenya Kwanza Alliance. That alliance had agreements with different political parties. And I can assure you, those agreements up to today, they are being followed. The agreements that we had with other political parties, up to today, they are being followed. That's why Musalia Mudavadi of ANC party is the Prime Cabinet Secretary. That's why Honorable the Speaker of Parliament, Wetangula, is the Speaker. That's why Justin Muturi is in the cabinet. That's why former, yes, that's why
Amason
the Speaker,
Kingi
is.
Because UDA keeps its word.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Is that the same reason why Mbadi is now Minister for Finance?
The Treasury. Yes.
And the same reason why
Opiyo Wanda is the CS Energy.
Same logic?
Because of the current status we are facing in this country in terms of to bring political stability. That's why.
Let me ask, what in your opinion, because if you talk about stability being brought, there is the implication that there was instability.
Yes.
So what possibly could have caused that instability?
You see, we had genuine reasons why people agitated for change and why people demonstrated. And there are also other political reasons, undercurrent political reasons why there were those push for change. And I've said it somewhere else. The issues we are facing in the country, or who are facing in the country, needed to be separated. The genuine reasons that the Gen Zs had about having a voice in their economic and political policies have to be separated from the political blackmail and conmanship that some people were advancing.
You are saying that there's a difference?
Yes.
Okay.
So what the Gen Z were agitating and what political conmanship was taking place, which one was more?
The more was the Gen Z.
Okay.
Yes.
So if the UDA was set out to unite the country, to end political of deceit, And to do what the other thing?
Unify the country, empowering common
empower
Mwananchi. Yeah.
Do you think the Gen Zs coming out and being supported by the others, the alphas, the Xs, the baby boomers, and everybody else, was actually the country telling UDA that one of these things has not worked? That this thing of unifying is not working. And the number two, the agenda of empowering the common Mwananchi has not worked.
The defining challenge that we have as a country is creating a solid and sustained economic growth that can continuously improve the lives of Kenyans. It is within our right, it is our constitutional right under Article 37 to demonstrate, to picket, and present a petition peacefully and unarmed. The genuine reasons that Gen Zs were raising, which was basically good governance and accountability, it was within their constitutional right.
Was it a message to UDA that what you set out to do, you have not taken that direction, and that's why we are coming out to tell you? Do you think the Gen Z were basically telling UDA, you promised and you have not delivered?
Basically, what the young people, not even the young people, because it is Kenyans? A problem that face all Kenyans. Kenyans were simply saying that these are our issues, they need to be sorted, and if you have sorted them out, we haven't seen them being sorted.
So you've not?
You see, accountability is not something that you can achieve
in 2.5 years.
In 2.5 years. Governance accountability is
neither is it something you can hide if you've actually achieved it, right? So if Kenyans have seen that this accountability has been achieved, why would they come out and say, hold on, something is wrong here? And I can ask you this because from the onset of this conversation, you were clear that UDA was at the forefront of setting some of these things in motion. In fact, by your own admission, you named three things: unity, empowering the Mwananchi, and ending this politics of deceit. And if we want to look at the issues that people brought out during protests, they hinge on those three things, if not more, right? So we can now bring back the question to UDA's doorstep. Now, if UDA had been doing 1, 2, 3, as you've said, the leading party of the coalition, they've done 1, 2, 3, then by all means, people can come back and ask you, then why should we have to look for something so hard and we cannot find it? Then perhaps it is true that the protests were a direct question to UDA about, you said you were going to do 1, 2, 3, you did not do 1, 2, 3, so we're holding you accountable. UDA should answer. No?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the answer?
The basic way in a political process or in a democracy, when you are held accountable as a political party, you need to say, these are the promises, this is what we have done, this is what we have achieved, this is what we have failed here and there, and this is what we are rectifying. But the perfect way which we, the people of this country, gave ourselves is after every 5 years.
Nope.
Sorry.
It can be any time.
Even today.
Accountability is throughout.
Accountability is throughout.
Yes.
But now.
And removal of non-performance is throughout.
Because this removal is pegged on accountability or the lack of it thereof.
This thing of telling us that Ngoja 5 years, who said you wait for 5 years? Why?
No. You are elected to provide a service and the term of office is supposed to be 5 years. It doesn't mean that you must be there for 5 years.
Neither does it mean that it's after 5 years.
Yes, the employer has a right to recall. There's a recall clause.
Yes. There's a recall clause.
Yes.
For recalling non-performance or non-performers. Now, our constitution, which we so loved, and we gave ourselves that the best way to form a government and the correct way to form a government is the way the constitution dictates. Accountability, the way we have all agreed, is a continuous process. It does not start or end somewhere. It is a continuous process. What we are doing is national building. Everybody has a role in national building. Every citizen has a duty to ensure that we build a country. And we all agree the issues that are being raised by the people are the same issues and the same promises that we made to Kenyans. But now Kenyans are calling us to account for the promises and what we have achieved. We have achieved 1, 2, 3 things. There are those ones which we have not yet achieved. What I'm simply saying is that with time, we'll reach there.
We'll give you time. Okay. Joe Halende is the chair of the UDA Founders Association. He's an advocate of the High Court. He's been our guest. Thank you very much for tuning in to the Situation Room today. Have a lovely one. See you again tomorrow.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Senators have convened this morning to hear impeachment charges against embattled Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza. The first order of business, as per the order paper, is for a pre-hearing meeting that